Hello everybody, welcome to Girls Duo Cup hosted by Dapple Productions. I'm Kater, joined today by, oh my god, I've already forgotten how to pronounce your name. Bri? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rai or Ray, both is fine. Hello everybody.
My brain is so empty right now. It's welcome to the Valentine's Day edition of Girls Duo Cup, everybody. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, slight delays happening, unfortunately, but we are live, finally. If you are unaware of how Girls Duo Cup works, you get together with another person and sign up as a duo, and then find another duo and sign up as a quad to play in a 4v4 tournament format. And as the name suggests, anyone who identifies with the title of girl, whether it be trans or cis women, or non-binary people, anybody that really identifies with that title, as I just said, can play in this tournament. So I'm very excited to see what the feminine side of the Splatoon 3 community has to offer today.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun seeing what these teams have to offer. We are gonna begin with our first match here. We're starting at a Swiss bracket, and then after a few rounds of Swiss, we're gonna go to our top cut, which I believe is single elimination. But anyway, we're starting here with Kita Fish versus Letter League. Due to our delays, Letter League has taken the first game because of timing rules. So we're gonna start on our second match here in our best of 3 set with Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, which is not something that I expected to see.
I do want to mention they've dodged a bullet, I will say, by not having to play Manta on Tower.
True!
True! They don't have to do that right now, but yes, they will go onto Rainmaker Sturgeon, another, I think, forgotten map mode that it used to be played at the start of Splatoon 3 a little bit when there were little maps to choose from. Now it's not played as often, but we are gonna see it today in a few seconds, hopefully.
I feel like Sturgeon Shipyard was played a lot more in Splatoon 2, like especially on zones. I feel like it was one of the zones maps that was picked relatively often, and now it's just kind of fallen off the face of the earth in favor of other zones maps that we've got, like Haggle, like Mahi. But let's take a look and see what these teams have to offer. I see the vanilla H3, or not the vanilla actually, that's the H3D coming out from Nozzles U. Okay, great, awesome, I said that. And oh no, we have a DC.
Well, I mean, this set is starting off really well. They're probably gonna stop the match any time now. Or they're not? Are they?
Wait, are we playing it through?
Are we playing it?
No, okay. I was like,
Okay, I was going to say, why are we playing? We
usually
haven't.
teams stop right away, so that was a little confusing. But we're
Yeah.
gonna restart. Hopefully, I believe. I think Enamel gets back in. A-okay. It's not a Splatoon tournament or a Splatoon broadcast without some technical issues, everybody. So we're getting them out of the way immediately, and that way the rest of the stream will be smooth, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. I hope we didn't jinx it with
Uh,
that comment. Anyways, yeah. But I mean, you said it. It was often played in Splatoon 2, and then later on in Splatoon 3, or the start of Splatoon 3, a lot as well. Especially on zones, Rainmaker you would see as well, and Tower I believe you would see as well. Clam Blitz not so often. I think the jump from the top spin, not spinner. Yeah, the spinner part was a little bit too much for the community. But we're gonna see it on Rainmaker, hopefully without a DC this time.
Alright, loading in again. Now we can take a little bit of a better look at our comms. We have double dualies coming out here from the side of Letter League with both the Tetras and the regular Splat dualies there. So a lot of dodge rolling going to be happening here. And then on the side of Kita Fish, we have a pretty classic comp, honestly, with the Pen, the S-Blast, the Slosher. They're all very meta weapons that we're all very used to seeing here.
Yeah, but we do see two going down on the side of Kita Fish. Mia trying to hold on to the left side here, goes down to the teamwork of both the Tetra and the heavy edit here. Tetra going down as well, but Letter League gets the first push on, and I mean doesn't get the checkpoint yet, and Kita Fish is able to recover.
Yeah, nice double there from Jasmine. I feel like blasters have really I don't know if how much it changed blaster gameplay, but I feel like the health bars help a lot just because you can see, like, especially when you've indirected people, and I think it's very obvious for us as well as commentators, so you can see the effect of the full AoE, but Enamel picking up that Rainmaker, dunking it onto that checkpoint, so getting that first lead for Kita Fish here. They do lose the Slosher. Mia is still all the way in the corner though here. The H3 going down to Jasmine again, just on a rampant. Another pick there for them, and Jasmine also has the Booyah Bomb at the ready to fully behind Letter League right now, as that finally going down. That Rainmaker is still right there, but it looks like Syrup and Winter are going to make sure that that is guarded. With that, the push is over, but push is over. Oh, I love commentary. I say true things on the mic that are true all the time. Yeah, I'm not spreading misinformation. Why would I do that? The push isn't over.
Yeah,
Rainmaker moment. That's a Rainmaker moment.
It very much looked like the push was over even to
I was like, where did they come from?
I think they jumped over the block onto the right side. The wiper was it.
Oh, yeah. There you can see them at in the corner of the screen. They jumped over the ramp. I see.
And it was so unlucky because the heavy edit has just popped cooler and couldn't charge.
Yeah,
they back as well.
They were not in a position, unfortunately, to defend that. Yeah, I love how, like, you just see the barest slash of orange and then game over.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a relatively quick game for Kita Fish here. We're going into a 1-1, onto a relatively more normal map mode this time, with, I think it was Mako Zones?
Mako Zones, yeah, that's right.
Perfect.
Oh well, these these guys know what weapons they want to play, so we're just gonna load right in, no time for comments. But yeah, like you said, a classic. This is, I wasn't gonna say the bread and butter of the Splatoon 3 community, but honestly, I think other maps like Mahi and Haggle might be a little bit more favored these days over Mako. Either way, though, Mako's definitely got something for everybody. We are seeing a swap from the headed onto the pen, actually, here for Letter League. So, completely fair. The matchup in Pen is not great. We've got a lot of splats going on and a full wipeout in favor of Kita Fish right there, as Jasmine again just showing the full potential of this S-Blast here. And now immediately Kita Fish is going to come and try and take over this upper left-hand area. Winta has something to say about that, though, using this wiper here, going to try and break out of the side. Has the hammer at the ready, too, so can possibly get something with that done. Opting to jump back to Syrup, actually, who has popped the cooler out, but is a little bit far out, and unfortunately falling victim to the ledge camp from Kitan here, who is going to get another pick there on dodge left, and look for another pick on Syrup and get it as well. Has the strikes. That is another wipeout. There is the hammer coming out. Kitafish on a roll.
Yeah, exactly. And now Letter League don't have any specials to their ready here, while Kitafish obviously had all of them, and well, now they have, or they had the slider, and now they have to move in with just 2 people, and I don't think they'll be able to get into zone quickly enough, giving Kitafish a clean 100-0 push.
Yeah, from the opening, Kitafish had this match on lockdown, and, well, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they executed it. So, despite the timing difficulties, Kitafish will take this set 2-1. That is our first Swiss round.
Yeah, very quick matches here. I think still the Rainmaker on Sturgeon game could have gone a little bit longer, but it was, you know, the Viper just running in and getting the Rainmaker in just the perfect moment, really. There was only the heavy edit that was holding the cooler, and you just saw them trying to, you know, throw a curling bomb at the Rainmaker, just trying their best, but obviously it wasn't enough.
Like, I fully, as a heavy edit player myself, I fully understand the decision-making process there, which is like, I want to pop, I want to pick up on defense, but I have cooler, my teammates are already out there, so I may as well pop the cooler for myself. Oh no, right? So like, it's not even a case of them, a case of the team ignoring the Rainmaker or not picking it up when they should have. It was just the exact wrong moment for them.
Yeah, I mean, in any other circumstance, that would have been a good decision. Okay, I pop cooler, I take the Rainmaker, and I run forward. That was a good thought process for that heavy edit to have. It was just really unfortunate that the Viper was just there to get the Rainmaker in the
able to capitalize on it. Yeah. But that's how Splatoon is. As I believe FLC said many years ago, in every game of Splatoon, you have to assume that everything is constantly going wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much perfectly put, honestly. Anything can go wrong at any time, even if you play perfectly. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the next set immediately. We have Binkyfish versus Letter League again? Not
Letter League. Pick woman? Not pick men, but pick woman.
yeah, Binkyfish with pick woman. That's an incredible name.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. I love Pikmin. My phone notification sound is set to the Pikmin sound, but for some reason it's really loud, so whenever I have my phone on like the minimum volume, like it fills the entire room. So I can never have my phone on sound because it's so loud. So my phone is permanently on vibrate. And like I would fix that, but I think it's really funny.
Oh, yeah, it is really funny, honestly. I'd love imagine like sitting in an office and you just hear.
I mean, it's happened to me in like the middle of conversations with my friends, and it always immediately derails the conversation because we all start laughing. I have yet to have it happen in like, oh no, it happened to me in class once. I remember now. Yeah, that was not my proudest moment because I sit right in the front of all of my classes.
Oh. Oof. Yeah. Okay.
But it's okay. My professor was very chill about it.
That's good. That's good at least. Okay. But yeah, who do we got? Okay. I would love to see a Not from them, but they also have a heavy player, so I don't think they're gonna be playing Not on the side of Binkyfish, unfortunately. But what
I do love heavy. I love heavy deco. Oh, Foam plays heavy deco. Incredibly based. I love heavy deco very much, and I do hope we get to see it. I do wish that it had wall like it did back in Splatoon 2. Wall Bubble Blower was so much fun. Like, I've been a Splatling main for a very long time, and honestly, that's probably the kit that I had the most just like pure unadulterated fun with.
Yeah, I mean, the wall definitely helps against longer range stuff, especially now that Liter is back in the meta.
Yes.
It can, like, walls just help so much against.
But we don't have it anymore. Heavy Deca has been demoted to point sensor. It's okay. I still hold out hope that we get heavy remix with Wall. That's my personal third kit cope, is that we get Sheldon's picks added and that heavy remix as Wall.
I mean, I think it would actually work really well, depending on, of course, what special it gets. But Wall definitely works really well with heavy. But yeah, we're gonna see Barnacle Zones, another relatively normal map mode coming into the first round here. A little bit more of an obscure one for round 2. We have Tower on Undertow. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. It's less known, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested to see what Binky Fish decides to pull out. Chai, or Evil Chai, as listed on her Sendo page, is an Inkbrush one trick, but Bogos, the other person in that duo, appears to be is listed as a backline playing leader and pencils. So I do wonder whether Foam will be delegated to the other weapons on her Sendo page, which are Brellas and Mini Splatling.
Yeah, true.
Like if they're running maybe like Wiper, Mini, and then an Anchor and an Ink Brush, that could be very interesting. Well, oh no!
Oh, what? What's happening?
Come on! Oh my
we're
gosh.
cursed.
Okay, well, we're gonna get back into the room, guys. I said we're gonna shake out all of the stuff early on. Please no more issues. Please no more issues.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the other team. Oh, I see a
sure.
potential dynamo coming from Pickwoman here from Typh or Tiff.
Likely Typh is my guess, but oh yeah, you're right. Got the yeah, it's pronounced Typh. Roller and shooter main. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also potentially a Dapple, one of the weapons that I've seen quite the rise lately in a lot of tournaments, not only in Area Cup, but just generally. Used to be relatively bad all the way in Splatoon 2, and now they've apparently gone all the way to top 10 weapon, as the top level players have been saying.
Yeah, I mean, it rose in Area Cup, it rose in the NA League as well, and I think part of that, honestly, was due to the release of Orchard Underpass. Just because that map, like, especially Rainmaker on it, is it? No. Yeah, that's the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so large that the beacons are nice, and you generally drop a slow weapon or a slow backline, but it still has cooler, which is usually on your backline weapon. And then I think from there people started incorporating it to the Rainmaker cops. But anyway, Brella! Oh, look! There's Brella! So I was right, Foam did get relegated to Brella. Chai's playing that Inkbrush Nouveau. And then we do have a Dynamo coming out from Typh on the side of Pickwoman, as well as that E-Leader, and then the blue Dapples, interestingly enough, and the Sticker Stamper to round that all off. We do have Binky Fish taking first control of the zone here, getting that pick on the Sticker Stamper and trapping Typh, forcing them to move all the way back off that flat with the Ink Strikes coming out here. They lose the Dapple, unfortunately, and you can see Chai pushing forward, and as well as Foam on this Brella here, forcing Jesse out, getting the pick as well, and Typh is all the way over there, managing to get one of the picks on the Gal, but unfortunately going down to the rest of the members here. Chai is running around, placing those mines, and getting close to that hammer as well, getting another pick on Izzy here, and being an absolute menace. This Inkbrush is not something that you want to get in the way of.
Yeah, and they have the hammer out now, trying to get picks, unfortunately not getting any, but their teammates are definitely able to, and two are down on the side of Pickwoman once again. Chai just looking to camp this ledge here for that Dynamo potentially. And as now Drop gets the pick, it's only a couple of seconds left before they lose the game, and they do here in a clean sweep. Binky Fish is able to just run into the enemy with that brush, especially taking so much space and just getting the picks that they needed.
Yeah, the distraction and mobility of that brush, especially on a map like this one, where it's kind of a funnel into the zone, right? Nobody wants to go into the zone through the pit method, and so you're kind of relegated to dropping into the area around your own stack, kind of that court-ish area. I don't know what the actual call-out is, but when you're a brush, you can traverse from one end of that to the other very, very quickly. And so the brush was able to pull distractions, or in this case, just continue getting picks.
Yeah, and especially we saw them camp the ledges a lot, which
Yeah.
just means that the players of Pikwoman were not able to shoot the brush from above the ledge, so they had to drop, or they felt like they had to drop in order to deal with it. And unfortunately, because Brush just has such a quick kill time up close, they just lost the fights over and over. And of course, the rest of Binky Fish were able to cover for the Brush insanely well as well. But we're gonna move on to the next map mode here. Tower control on Undertow. I just already said it's a relatively, uncommon map mode in comparison to, I think, the other two that we're gonna see.
Yeah. I do also think that like the hiding underneath the ledges and the ledge camping is a really good way to avoid the dynamo, especially because the dynamo wants that high ground, as you know, with its recent buffs and all, and it has that massive coverage that can still clip the ink brush even if it's zooming around. But if you get in the blind spot that the dynamo can't reach, well, then suddenly the brush is the one in the advantage here. And it's the same thing for the anchor player too. I don't remember what charger they were on, but they were on a charger, and it makes it a lot more difficult to hit if you're, especially when you're making those ledges unsafe for them to stand on.
Yes, exactly. I mean, just as you said, Dynamo has gotten so like a good bit of buffs. It's a genuinely good weapon nowadays. And of course, Brush definitely struggles with Dynamo, and being able to, stay out of its or stay inside its blind spot definitely helps it a lot. As I mean, they did a well enough job last match, and we're gonna see if they are able to do that again. On this map, there's so many ledges again. They can do the exact same thing if they want to.
Looks like the cooler weapon of choice on the side of Pikwoman is going to be that End Zap now, bringing out the Slosher as well, sticking with the blue Dapples, and then Respawn Punisher leaders. That's really wants to get those picks there. We still have the Brella, we've got the S-Blast coming out now instead. But Chai is again zooming around, grabbing that first pick on the Dapples. Meanwhile, Bogos is able to get on the tower, losing the S-Blast on the side of Binky Fish, but that is okay. We've got the strikes coming out and Typh falling on the side of Pikwoman, so no cooler for the time being. Izzy going down as well, so losing there to shooter or adjacent weapons make this a lot more difficult. Losing the Slosher as well, so a lot of their aggression is on the back foot right now as Nova, again, camping these ledges, opening up that an angle for Chai to go in through and camp the grapes. They're looking for this pick on Izzy right here. Are they going to be able to get it? Yes, they do.
Yeah, I do feel like Pikwoman need to use their specials more to get in. They do have those strikes that they can farm if needed, and they do need... I mean, they obviously aren't necessarily winning their fights right now, especially with the Brush coming in, getting the pick on the Zap. Unfortunately for Pikwoman, the Brush is all the way in here, trying to get Izzy out as well. Probably is able to do so, at least the pencil is, and they are able to push right into the last checkpoint here. Only 20 points remaining, and obviously they're gonna try to go for the knockout here. Chai getting another pick here, going in with that Booyah Bomb, swerving around the leader, and Binky Fish is just able to run into the goal.
Yeah, a triple from Chai to finish off that match and this set. I mean, just talk about enabling one weapon on your team. I mean, every member of Binky Fish had good moments, but here's the triple at the very end here, where Chai just runs in using the cover of this Booyah Bomb to absolutely get it. And I think what's happening with a lot of these picks is the members that Chai is picking off they're preoccupied with something else, right? Like at one point they went around and pincered behind, like they went all the way around to pincer behind Izzy, who was dealing with the pencil, and then the combination of that pressure behind them and the pencil were able to finish them off. In this replay that we're watching here, these members were preoccupied with both trying to get back to the tower and the Booyah Bomb that pushed them all apart, and so they couldn't come together. And then Chai is, kind of like the whole needle on the haystack sort of thing, where they're taking advantage of all of these cracks to slip through and get those finishing picks.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you enable a brush player. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of range. I think we all know that. So it needs to get behind the enemy, and I think Binkyfish was able to manage that and do that really, really well here, enabling their brush into getting, getting into their position in the first place, and also taking the attention of the entirety of Pikmin one by one, so that Chai is able to pick them off. But yeah, we're gonna wait. Probably, maybe we don't have a set yet, but I think we can talk a little bit more.
Yeah, we're just waiting a little bit.
I think, as I said, they did need a little bit more of their specials to move in, especially, and also watch the brush a lot more. I think they failed to do that and focus it a little bit more and move once it was down, because especially if you have like a troublemaker on the enemy team that you genuinely can't deal with, once they're out of the game, once they're respawning, you need to push with that, knowing that they are currently not able to push with their team. And I think Pikmin was not able to capitalize off of those short distances between Chai being able to do stuff and not being able to do stuff.
Yeah. Another one is like, if you have like, I think this goes for like Carbon, fighting a Carbon as well. You want to keep tabs on where they are or where you think they are at all times. I think with brushes it's maybe a little harder because they're doing a lot of zooming rather than like a lot of sharking that the Carbon likes to do. But if you don't know where they are, that's a problem. And yeah. As somebody who like plays with a Carbon, that is the whole like enabling thing, right? They're like, I'm gonna go do this. You distract them so that they don't know I'm doing it, and then I'm going to get a 3K, and then we're going to go forward.
Yeah, exactly. It's those are the type of weapons. Any sharking weapon, the brush. Yeah, you have to keep tabs on them all the time. That's why team play. That's why callouts are so important against those types of weapons. Because if you don't have those, or you don't have the callouts, or you're not used to doing those callouts, they are able to take advantage of that, and we just saw that happen in real time here with Chai being able to just capitalize off of the Pikmin not really fully knowing where they're going and what they're about to do. Also, what I think Chai was able to do really well is be unpredictable. Especially towards the end, they're swerving around, not being able to let the leader hit them, and just be unpredictable, not let the opponents be able to read you.
Yeah, that and like going off into different locations, forcing the team to split their attention. Like I think the whole going all the way around into the spawn strategy works really well for them, just because then it allows them to create pincers and alternate pressure from angles that you don't usually experience pressure from. Like if I was fighting in that pit with my back to like the grates above me, right? I'm not expecting enemy fire to come from behind me. I'm assuming that area is safe for me to like back up into. So when it's not, then that makes fighting a lot more difficult.
Yeah, especially in the fights after that fight, you would probably just not feel safe going back at all, because you're starting to get maybe a little bit paranoid. And also, with brushes, the good thing is when they do such a large flank, they are very quick to do it, because I mean, brush is just a quick weapon. They can move very, very quickly, so they don't take a lot of time to do that. Oftentimes, such flanks, especially from slower weapons, can take too much time and like force your team into a 3v4 that they can't take right now. But I think they did that really well here.
Yeah, of course that's not to say that brush is like an invincible weapon. I mean, even in some of the fights that Chai took, like you could see that the kills were either delayed or like mitigated by just kind of stepping back a little bit, which is of course the shortcoming of the brush. But I think Chai really has a good handle on the strengths and weaknesses of that weapon and is able to use them to the fullest, which is why we saw as good as a performance as we did on stream.
Yes.
Oh, our streamer is holding a brush in the lobby right now. The ink brush. This just showed us a screenshot of us talking about brush and then just standing menacingly with the brush. That's awesome. You got a good handle on it, eh?
Demonstrating it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I feel like Brush is like the anti-weapon to. Well, I guess I don't play chargers. I play splatlings, so it's like it's not exactly the anti-weapon, but I do have a bit of trouble dealing with them, especially when they're doing a lot of swerving. It's hard to track them.
Yeah, I mean the thing is I'm a rapid player. I'm a rapid pro player. So same here. Maybe even a little bit worse because I do actually need to hit directs to deal with it. And brushes can be very annoying, especially against things that are a little bit slower or need to hit accurate shots or have those blind spots that blasters have. Blasters often struggle with brushes because we have those blind spots where you need to hit directs to be able to hit you at all. And if a brush is in that blind spot of mine, I actually just scream for my team.
Yeah, help, 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 help! Yeah.
Help, help!
Speaking of Rapid Blaster, it looks like our number 22 team here is called Rapid Blaster Haters. How do you feel about that?
They are. I don't like them. No, just. I know that it's a very annoying weapon. It is a very annoying weapon. I do.
It
Rain?
got.
What?
Was it? It was given a
nerfed?
nerf, an undisclosed
got
nerf. Is yes, that's what it was.
The regular rapid got buffed.
And Rapid Pro got nerfed, right?
Yeah. I think they accidentally added it.
Yeah, they said that it was like they were experimenting with it for possible future patches, and it accidentally got pushed into this update.
Yeah. I was really confused when I played, like, on that day where it got nerfed randomly. I was really confused because it felt weird. But I didn't know why. I couldn't pinpoint what.
Right, because it hasn't been disclosed, so you're like, something is wrong.
Something feels wrong. And then I look on, like, I think it was Twitter, and I saw that post, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. But yeah, that's that was a feat.
Man, I can't even imagine. Like when I pulled out Heavy for the first time after the patches, like I knew that it had been buffed, and then I was like, wow, I can get to wave in like 1.5 charges. Like
wait,
it is. Yeah, all you gotta do is and then like another one, and then bam, wave breaker. Like it's honestly crazy. And Heavy already painted well before, so like to have a huge pay buff, it's like all this weapon needs to like really thrive in the competitive community is a good kit, I feel like, but it's got its sprinkler wave kit, and then they're not like unusable kits by any means, but they are difficult to use. I do think though, like with the health bars and all, wave breaker it's got utility now. I like to pull it out. Still don't play Heavy on tower control because it feels a lot weaker than Headed on tower control. But other than that, like I will pull it out in my zones matches now.
Yeah, I mean it is a genuinely good pick right now. So I mean it's seen use. I'm very happy it's seeing use. I think Heavy is a very good weapon that can both double as like an anchor and a support in a team combat. It can enable a lot of weapons, I think. I myself haven't played with a Heavy yet, but you know, I'm a rapid pro player, so we kind of clash in that way.
Yeah, you just step on each other's toes a little bit. Yeah, I like my team usually runs. I'm usually relegated to Head at Jail for cooler purposes, and also because Heavy was not like the strongest in a lot of like what we were doing. But now like I can pull out Heavy. Actually, my team, I believe we're working on a Heavy Dynamo comp, which could be. It could be really fun. Hey, we haven't played together in a hot second, but we are theory crafting. Like I think it's Heavy Dynamo it's Heavy V Dynamo, a Gal of some sort, and then Carbon, which could be very fun.
Oh, I think that could work. Honestly, it might struggle a little bit with range stuff, but I think the cards might help with that. I think that's
my main worry is like the matchups into, you know, Pan and Leader and all of that. So I mean, even before when like the Dynamo was something that we would pull out into like a backless comp or something like that once we knew what was going on. But we do also play on like the lower end of comp, so it's a little bit more anything goes there.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but you know, it's still always good to know your matchups and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. But I think that might work, especially into teams that run more short range stuff. I think the Heavy and the Dynamo combo can can like genuinely be lethal in like that situation, for example.
You cannot move ever.
Yeah, yeah. You don't move up, or you get beamed immediately.
Yeah, beam or just like the coverage. I feel like would be really really good on that. But yeah, you're right. The range matchups would definitely struggle a little bit.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, we are currently waiting on some game 3s from round 2. But I think.
Oh my goodness, there's a team called Collect My Pronouns V4. Does this mean that they've been Collect My Pronouns in previous Girls Duo Cups too?
Oh my god.
Okay,
Yes.
well, on that note, oh, they have. Our streamer says they have been Collect My Pronouns in the previous. That's awesome. Well, we're going to take a short break to finish collecting those pronouns and be right back with round 3. See you guys in just a couple of minutes.
everyone, we are back with round 3, or Swiss round 3 here. We have 12:30 versus Collect My Pronouns V4, and Cater is still with me today, and we've also already talked about the Collect My Pronouns team. Apparently they've been here 3 times already.
And this is their 4th, hence the V4. Yeah, I didn't realize that we would be streaming them next round. Otherwise, I would have held up on the mention, but I think it's very funny. We also have 12:30 on the other side. Taking a look at the send-out pages that we have here to see what we might see. It looks like we have, well, Micah has Dreadringer listed on there, which I feel like that's a weapon that we've definitely seen fall out of a lot of use, especially, well, I guess even before the killing of Reef Cheese in this latest update, I don't think I saw it very often, and I don't know how Dread players feel about it. For me, I think maybe it was the final nail in the coffin to, like, kind of kick it out of the weapons that you see all the time list, but obviously every weapon's gonna have its, diehard proponents, and so for those people that continue to play it, I give you my full respect.
Yeah, I think the thing with Dread is potentially also that you wouldn't want to run double bucket, and since the regular Slosher is so good right now, still is and has been, you would rather run that instead of a Dread, especially because it has Strike, which... Whoa, that's a big swing. What? That's a triple roller comp!
What? Okay, sure. So we can do Dynamo and Big Swing. We can do Drop Roller Dynamo. Sure, we can do Drop Roller Dynamo, Ninja Squid Carbon Deco, the new Dread Horns, I think it is, and then we just have Big Swing. We can do Big Swing. That is fine. Oh, V Heavy spotted. I love Heavy Splatling. You guys already know that. I already mentioned that on stream, but I love Heavy Splatling, so thank you to this person for playing Heavy Splatling. You're unfathomably based. Anyway, is there a reason you'd want to pull out all rollers on this map, or am I missing something?
I have no idea. I mean, roller definitely isn't bad on this map. None of them are, but I mean, they seem to be a little bit struggling, but the Rainmaker is a little bit scared of moving up to the checkpoint here, especially with the 3 rollers and looking at them. But they do get 2 down. It's only the Dynamo and the Carbon left, but the Carbon has Zuka ready. Maybe they'll be able to do something with that Zuka, or maybe just their main weapon on the right side here, trying to shark off that Rainmaker. Not really hitting. Getting a lead up to 11 is already beneficial for Collect My Pronouns here, but I think they do. Oh, they go down, and 12:30 is able to move up finally.
Well, that Carbon absolutely was able to do something with that Zuka. Beautiful double coming out there. Turnip now moving into mid, trying to taking control of the bunker here. The bombs, though, unfortunately going to force them to jump back all the way into mid. And looks like, though, 12:30 might be eyeing cut here, possibly. Turnip's going to look for this pick on Dizzy, not quite able to find it, and just going to settle for staying up on this bunk here. Now we have the Vac on the Rainmaker. They are, in fact, going for cut. Meanwhile, Turnip does get that pick in, and the cut push is successful, question mark, as 2 people do go down, losing 2 of those rollers, and that means that we can just have the Zap pick up and continue pushing this right up all the way right back into mid.
Yeah, I mean, if they play this well here, Collect My Pronouns don't necessarily need to push. I mean, they have a good lead to 11. They just need to keep 12:30 out of their spawn, I'll say, and I mean, I think they're doing a good job right now, especially because 2 are down once again. The Carbon obviously trying to look for pick, but they go down, and well, they are pushing definitely. Maybe even they don't get the dunk. Unfortunately, they are down to 1 though. This is very difficult to beat for 12:30. They will need a knockout here if they can get that far to begin with.
Look at the coverage of Swing. Every time I watch gameplay of this weapon, I'm reminded of the fact that it has a hitbox about as good as a cooked noodle of spaghetti, but it has incredible coverage. Casket Drop trying to get the pick there, but unfortunately not able to have control of that there. Turnip gonna go down, but get the trade off there. Dizzy able to pick back up that Rainmaker and just bring it up into Bunker here. You can see Turnip trying to get something done, unfortunately falling to the Rainmaker, and this is just the same thing that Collect My Pronouns before has been able to do, and they're a little bit of threatening for the big swing there, does go down, but delaying this push. We have the strikes coming out from Collect My Pronouns, which are going to take over that street and elbow area, making it more difficult for Half Past 12 to come in. And this is pretty much just consistent aggression from Half Past 12, preventing from Collect My Pronouns, preventing Half Past 12 from really even getting back into mid at this point.
Oh! Yeah, just as you say that, though, everybody but the heavy goes down on the side of Collect My Pronouns, and the big swig here on the right is going to get that pick, but oh well, the damage is a little bit too low on that horizontal flick, unfortunately, and the heavy is able to survive here and pressure left side even further, maybe even get a pick on that Dread that seems really weak, but they get the jump out just in time. But yeah, it's only 1 minute left, and what I'm realizing from Half Past 12 is they don't have a lot of aggression. Yeah, sure, they have what?
Carbon? The Carbon?
Carbon, yeah, that's the weapon name, but that's pretty much all their aggression. They have 3 supports on their hand, and in comparison to the Stamper and the Bucket on the side of Collective, they just lack a little bit of aggression, I think.
Yeah, and having the Dynamo pick up, unfortunately, has the heavyweight swim speed nerf too, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Casket Drop is getting that pick in mid there. Unfortunately, the teammate falls, and so their Vac is forced to go back. Dizzy does go down, but losing that Vac there is an unfortunate loss of a special. We do have Kame popping the Crab again, trying to get the pick on the heavy, but goes down to the Flow Aura Zap here, and with that, the last few seconds are counting down. Casket Drop and Rice trying to get back in, but with the very delayed double there. Thank you, Splatoon latency. We love that for you. Collect My Pronouns V4 is taking this one just shy of a knockout.
Yeah, it was really close, but I mean that's what happens when you go against triple roller. They will.
Yeah. Just, I'm intrigued to see whether that comp will be kept for the next match or not.
Yeah, maybe they are just going with a little bit of a meme comp, you know, we play for fun, or maybe they have real strategy behind it and will switch to something that might work better against Collect My Pronouns. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of AoE. That is the strength of the comp, basically. So maybe because Urchin is relatively good with or for anything that has AoE, especially below the ledge, since the mid zone is very narrow, and Dynamos especially like to just flick over the wall.
Yes, they do. I think, like, you pointed out how the comp is pretty much 3 supports and the Carbon, and I think that is one of, like, unfortunately makes it more difficult, especially since the Carbon wants to, like, I don't want to say it's not self-sufficient, but like Carbons thrive off of not only instigating their own fights, but like finding opportunities presented to them by their teammates who are instigating fights. But if you also have supports that don't necessarily want to pick their own fights, or like the Big Swig was very aggressive and wanted to pick those fights, but didn't always have the damage to follow up on it, as was seen by the interaction with that heavy, where they were able to use that wall very well to protect themselves from the heavy and then push up, but the horizontal swing just did not connect. So it's not necessarily the strongest weapon for what that player wants to be doing, but guess we'll see whether it comes back. Yes. Oh, sploosh. What? Okay.
Hey, well, there's the aggression, I will say. I was also gonna say that maybe if the Big Swig and the Dread would have worked a little bit more together, they might have made it work. But we do see a sploosh now instead of the Big Swig. Unfortunately, the Carbon goes down immediately. The first zone cap does go to half past 12 though, and the Dread is trying to keep control over the right side, but unfortunately gets rushed down by that zap here. It doesn't seem to get any help either, especially with the Heavy now sitting there as well, being very upfront, but the Dynamo gets the pick here, and maybe half past 12 is able to get the zone flip here in mid. Oh no!
Oh, Casket drop, just unable to get above the wall in time, and that was unfortunate because they had Hammer as well, but it looks like they were cooler because you can see that instant respawn with Hammer, and speaking of, there it comes in, able to come and get their revenge. Meanwhile, Rice is making their way back in. The Hammer saga continuing, doesn't get the pick on Dizzy that they wanted, but is gonna come right back around and just grab it with the main weapon. I think that switch to Sploosh is working a lot better for the consistent like grabbing of fights and distracting that Casket drop really seems to want to do. Meanwhile, on Collect My Pronouns, they are taking down that timer very steadily with the cooler coming out here as well, and looks like we're going to see maybe a little bit of coming around, taking the top part here from this zap, getting a jump up here as well. Aubrey is going to go in there trying to attack the crab. Meanwhile, Casket has that hammer at the ready. Oh, nicely intercepting the Heavy, but going down, and so not able to capitalize on the zone, and Dizzy is going to use this Zipcaster here. We have barely any time left for half past 12.
Yeah, and they keep dropping. They got wiped, and that is unfortunately game for them. They couldn't get the zone. They had some good moments of control, but they failed to paint the zone when they had the chance to, unfortunately, at the start, and then they got locked out, especially with that zap taking that top right, as you've mentioned as well when they did it.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot better than that last match. I think the Sploosh is a pick that worked out very well for them, which is not something that I thought I would be saying.
Yeah, it did work out a lot better for them. Unfortunately, yeah, they got locked out at the end. I think that is just what happens on Urchin, though. It's very easy to get locked out on this map because there's a lot of cover to play around on the enemy side, especially with that ramp. Anything with AoE can play around that very well, and with the Heavy sitting like right in front of the zone, they were able. I don't even think there were any like left side fangs, the drops.
I don't think so. No, yeah. The you pointed out the Heavy's positioning pretty early on as well, even though they did get taken down. Like I think that's a strength of that Heavy players, that they know what angles to take to really just be like a painting nuisance and provide the support. Like on Sturgeon, right, when their teammates were not Sturgeon, sorry, Manta, when I don't know, when they're both boats, okay. When their teammates were on Bunker, they were on the lower left hand side painting onto Bunker, right, instead of trying to like be on the grates, or the grates would be fine too, but like instead of trying to engage directly in that fight, they're supporting and being a general nuisance, forcing like if the other team wants to take them out, they've got to like come to them.
Yeah, definitely. They took their positioning really well and were able to hold a lot of control for Collect My Pronouns, especially when the entire team went down. I think that was a moment in Manta as well where it was only the Heavy alive was able to keep that space and get the jump-ins, or at least wait until the teammates got back into mid, and they were able to secure their set win here this time.
Yes, indeed.
Alice is complaining that Seed 6 is playing double roller sploosh.
Is this Seed 6?
Yeah, apparently it was Seed 6.
I guess I didn't realize that we had a 1 seed difference.
Oh, did we? Oh yeah, okay. You know.
Yeah, the other seed. Is that why we picked the set?
Yeah, that's probably why we picked this.
No, not because of the 1 seed difference. Did we pick the set because of the number? We had it's seed 7 and seed 6. Ah.
the way you purposefully changed the order. I had to commentate a team once called 0067, and so I've said my share of that phrase enough on stream for a lifetime. Don't send that gift. No, stop, Sam.
That's like all of the buzz. Wait, is mustard like a meme food buzzword?
Is it? I don't know.
I don't know, the gift that Sam sent has mustard in it.
I just remember the.
Oh, I guess Stream can meet Teethby. This is Teethby. I hope you like him, Stream. He's Kirby with human teeth. I got him at Riptide.
Yeah, he's very lovely. Okay. While we wait for the sets in round 3 to finish, I think we're gonna go on a very small break to wait for round 4 this time. So, stay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Girls Duo Cup Valentine's Day edition. I am Kater, joined here today still by Rai, my wonderful co-commentator, and we are in Swiss round 4. We are going to be watching Saturday Night Speedle versus Kittens. These are just two established teams that I guess signed up as duos and then picked each other. So this is the full roster of both of these teams normally. Not what is necessarily meant to happen in a duo cup, but that's okay. We give these players the chance to pick the other duos, and if they want to be with their teammates, more power to them.
Yeah, I think it's also just interesting to see full teams that are of either non-binary or women. I think that's always cool to see, anyways. But yeah, Kittens have a very pretty name. It's a cat emoticon.
Yes, it's very fun.
Very sweet. And we were slightly worried that the dashboard wasn't going to accept it, but it does. So yippee, we do see the real name on stream. But yeah, we're gonna be moving on to Clamblitz Inkblot first.
Whoa, that's not
Whoa.
Clamblitz. Aye, there it is.
That's Clamblitz Inkblot. There we go. Yeah, I think.
Wait, do I say Crab Leg Rainmaker as the last one? Oh boy. Okay, well, that's looking forward.
Oh, well, it's Clamblitz on Inkblot for this time. That it's Tower on not Sturgeon.
That is Sturgeon.
Ship
no,
shape.
not Sturgeon. It's
Yeah, it's the shipyard versus ship shape. Yeah, it's ship shape.
Sturgeon Shipyard versus Ship Shape Cargo Company. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Awesome. Great. Well,
oh my God,
look at those banners. It's the teams. Oh, and Kittens also all have cat in their names, in their titles. The second word is cat for all of them.
Of course
But,
they do.
ooh, is that Sorella Brilla that we're seeing? Okay. We've got V-Shot coming out from Saturday Night as well, and then on the side of Kittens, we've got that's the Crab Charger! Okay.
Yeah.
Blue Dapples again, and we have the Luna Neo coming out as well, so not surprised there. That was listed on one of the players' pages that I was looking at, but very excited to see how that shakes out, especially with all of the corners that we've got here on Inkblot. And it looks like right now Kittens is the one with the first control of mid. They've got 10 clams underneath their belt and are looking to start a push soon. We have a couple of throwing of clams going around, but I think they want to have a little bit... Oh, here's the hammer! Everything goes in. If not getting a pick with the hammer, but just getting it stolen from their teammate, we have the first power clam going in. And it does look like we do also have a little bit of follow-up from that Luna in the form of the one clam. We have the Re-Slider going out underneath. Board does unfortunately get taken out because of the endlock of the Re-Slider, but able to take that down to 65, and the remaining player is chased out by that Inkjet.
Yeah, and they're all the way down on their plat here. One of the members looking to maybe flank on the left side here too, maybe even getting the left stack here from the Lunar. And we do see the entirety of Kittens just flocking to that left stack here, trying to get rid of the Brella player. But unfortunately, they do go 2 down while Saturday Night Speedle God goes down by 1. We see the Brella trying to maybe stall out that fight on the left side, trying to wait for their teammates to move in. They do have the crab ready here on the side of Kittens. Maybe that should be used probably relatively soon, since we see the Viper moving in here, and we do see the crab getting the Viper out, and well, Saturday Night Speedle will preferably not leave it as just 80, but I don't think they have another choice with the Brella going down on the right side here as well now.
Yeah, no follow-up from that, unfortunately, so Saturday Night Speedle is going to have to create another push, but first they're going to have to deal with defending from Kittens, who are getting ready for this. We have the Cooler coming out here from the Zap. They do lose the Charger, so the opposing Charger, well, I guess goes down. Not they are able to deal with that, and the Zap does have 7 clams here, looking for another one from a teammate, but we do have the deaths there, dropping one. They were able to get that in and escape just barely. So taking that down to 62. Sauce here on the Wiper, popping the hammer, looking for picks, does get that snipe on board. And we have managing to sneak in all the way to 27 with another power clam and a bunch more little clams coming in from Kittens. So taking that all the way down from 67 to 27. Huge scores there. And then, or maybe it was another power clam. I actually didn't see what they got in. But either way, Curse Kid is waiting here. The basket is closed. We have the Zuka at the ready as well. This is Saturday Night Speedle's chance to get something done. They don't have a power clam under them right now, but if they're able to get picks and hopefully turn the clam economy there just like that, that double is exactly what they need. Still having the Zuka at the ready, but all of them are over here on the left for some reason, not able to take control of the plat area, and the Charger Grubhub gonna come in and take the picks out as well. So for all of those picks and for the opening with board going down there, they pretty much did not move forward at all.
Yeah, completely wasted opportunity from Saturday Night Speedle. That double could have easily gotten them in, especially with that Zuka, if they had shot it just at the Charger, and the rest would have moved in. But unfortunately, I mean, fortunately for Saturday Night Speedle, they still have the control over mid. They have their threats. They have a Zuka again. They have a big, I guess, but it's not enough to fully get them to that lead yet, and especially with the Wiper going down again here, and the Brella trying to and not finding the pick on the left side here. I don't think they can move in just yet. Maybe they, they're probably gonna wait for their shot to come back to get back in there, but I think they're just a little bit too afraid to move onto the plat. As I say that, the Brella tries that and goes down.
The Brella is trying it, and the Wiper is trying it from a completely different angle, meaning that they're splitting their resources here, and the Charger is just kind of left out to dry on this top stack over here. And now with Grubhub popping that crab and using it to arc over, we do have some pressure here on the left side, forcing the crab to take a look at that. But we've been in this sort of stalemate situation for probably over like a minute and a half, and now with overtime looking to trigger soon, this has to be a huge push from Saturday Night Speedle to get all the way past 27, and with that 10-point penalty. So they have very little time to do that. We're finally seeing a clam go into that basket. Zavik Otter has to find the pick there, does in fact find it, and we do see the second power clam go in, but that's 2 down, and now Sauce is getting chased out all the way back into mid, having to throw that hammer that they were in the middle of, and not able to go back up to that basket. It is going to close 27 to 47. I mean, I feel like Saturday Night Speedle had they had mid for so long. I just think that their efforts to get into that flat area were a little bit staggered. Instead of pushing everything at one time, you kind of had one special popped, and then after the special was over, somebody would try and go in and not be able to, because then Kittens had recovered from the special at that point.
Yeah, especially, I mean, this game, I think we all know that you have to move super quickly to be able to capitalize off of the few picks that you can get, because especially with Cooler still being the meta special of all time, you respawn so quickly, so you need to make do with every pick that you have, and especially if you get multiple of the enemy team down, you need to move with it, especially if you have another special ready to move out the remaining players, and unfortunately Saturday Night Speedle was not able to capitalize off of the few good picks that they did get.
I think something that was also unfortunate was you mentioned that when everybody was clustered on that left side, you mentioned that if the Zuka had been used on the Charger, that could have furthered that opportunity to get onto the plat, because I think they were just trying to get into the plat from that angle. But they popped the Zuka on low ground, which made it very difficult to see the Charger, because of you have the ramp and then you have the wall by the ramp, and since they were kind of underneath and behind that, they were trying to look over it onto the Charger and plat, which is a more difficult angle to hit than, say, if they had gone up onto the stack and popped Zuka from the stack.
Yeah, I think they were trying to avoid being an easy target for the Charger.
That's fair as well. Yeah, you do put yourself very much out in the open if you try and take a stack, but it's a little bit of a trade-off, and I think unfortunately that made it a lot more difficult to hit the targets that they wanted to hit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, They had that good 2 picks from the shot on the left side. Unfortunately, that didn't really go anywhere. They weren't able to move up with that. But yeah, we're gonna move on to tower control on ship shape next. It is not shipyard. It is ship shape. Anyways, still, you know, a good. I think a good map mode. It's probably one of my favorites. I think it's seeing less and less play from what I've seen.
I don't know. I like it. I like playing. If the other team doesn't have a charger here, I pull out the Torrance Hydra. It's my personal favorite. Or if it's in like a solo rotation, I will play Torrance Hydra here, just because I love being an basically immovable object. But looking at the comps that we have here, we have a swap to the leader. We have the Vanillus Pro coming out here, actually. That is not something you see every day. And then on the side of Kittens, we have a switch to the Firefin Charger. Completely, definitely fair there. I like that kit as well a lot. So let's see where this gets. Where this takes them. It is going to be Kittens with the first pick here, as two go down on the side of Saturday Night Speedle, pushing them back, and Kittens is able to take control of this core area. Having the Luna here with the hammer is a very dangerous place for them to be in, as they are going to try and take the snipe. No picks from them, actually. They're very interesting, but now they are able to just entirely camp the Legends.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused by the picks, but I think I know where they're coming from. I think they wanted that leader to get rid of the charger. I think they were very afraid of the charger last round, and they do get the picks here, and they get the tower finally, and the entirety of Kittens is now back onto their side, and Saturday Night Speedle is finally able to move up a little bit now that they have the hammer as well. Getting one pick with that hammer, trying to get that Luna gone as well, and they do. Do they see the guy on the left side though? Now they do, definitely. But the Dapple is still able to survive and get just enough attention on them that the rest of Kittens can move in through that right side over there. Oh!
Nice double! Absolutely beautiful coming out here from this E-leader, and that is going to open the door wide for Saturday Night Speedle to take this first checkpoint. They do have to contend with Board here, trying to put some pressure on that, but meanwhile, there's a fight going on for court here, as a cooler is out for Kittens, pushing Saturday Night Speedle a little bit back into their own court. The Inkjet here, though, doing its job. Unfortunately getting camped. The trade, though, as one of their teammates is able to take revenge for them, but even with all of that, the tower hasn't passed that first checkpoint, and this is only a 2-checkpoint map, so that first checkpoint is it feels like a lot more of a drag than I would say other 3-checkpoint maps where that first checkpoint is a lot shorter. But the Brilla is very, very aggressive up here, not able to get the jump out, unfortunately, but nicely drawing attention and doing it with a teammate as well. So much time is being spent on these members of Saturday Night Speedle that and getting the pick as well. Sauce absolutely doing their job, and almost at this hammer as well, so the members of that are on the tower can just chill. Another pick from there. Unfortunately, that results in a wipeout, so they get all the way up to that second checkpoint, but are not able to make any progress on it. But incredible long-term stamina-filled push from Saturday Night Speedle.
Yeah, it was a very good push. I mean, we saw the members of Saturday Night Speedle going all the way in, especially that wiper, but unfortunately it was not enough. The push that Kittens had done before was just too strong, and they weren't able to crack that just yet. They still have almost 2 minutes left though, but with the Umbrella going in, oh, never mind, 2 people of Kittens go down, 3 people go down. It's only the charger left, and we see that wiper trying to chase that charger down. Unfortunately doesn't get the pick, and the charger can escape onto that right top hand there, and the leader has been doing a really good job at keeping that charger at bay though, I gotta say.
Is it just me, or do like the sparkles of Flora kind of look like the sparkles of ink armor from Splatoon 2? Like, I keep looking at it and being like, is that armor? But maybe that's just me, because I know that armor is not here and hasn't been. Anyway, the strikes do come out, forcing the E-leader off the side of the map. I think that is... I think they fell. That's very unfortunate. You hate to see it, but that is going to set their team back without the area control of that leader. The board does go down though, so they do eliminate one of those threats. We see Saturday Night Speedle a lot on the back foot here, but close to the crab from the pro. And if they get onto they're going to try and get onto high ground for that. That could be a very important tool here. Meanwhile, Grubhub is just camping out with the scoped charger here. We're in the last 30 or so seconds as Sauce is able to get a double with the hammer in court, going down. Oh, but Avogadro gets sniped out of the sky, and Grubhub has those strikes, opting not to use them for GG strikes, but to just pop them right now. You can see Priya and Curse Kid waiting out the strikes, but they make the tower start resetting back to mid. Avogadro is trying to stand up to the charger, but it is very difficult when they have that full sight line out on the entire left. The shield really good for that, but also bumping them off the tower. They have to try and trigger overtime. Finally, charger going down, but the wiper going down as well. The tower being taken, but they have the entire hammer to reckon with, and with that, Kittens is able to take the tower and cancel overtime.
Oh, a very close match, though. Those strikes were slightly questionable because I think most people would have waited for overtime GG strikes. I think they probably realized that there was a very suspiciously long pause between the first strike and the second strike. So I think they might have realized,
like, wait, what am I doing? I do think, like, maybe not necessarily waiting all the way until overtime, but at least waiting until, like, 10 seconds or something like that, just so that you have a little bit more of a handle on it. But, yeah, just kind of like, strikes, wait a minute, I have, but it worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, I think it wasn't even necessarily that bad, since their entire team, or almost their entire team, was down at that point, and they were able to just stall out Saturday Night Speedles, push a little bit further, and wait for their teammates to come back. But yeah, most people would have probably waited with those strikes.
Yeah, for sure. I do think we saw, like, great growth from Saturday Night Speedle, even just over the course of this set. I think they started really learning the patterns and what exactly they needed to do. I think especially the Wiper and the Brella were able to get picks and win their fights a lot more consistently than we saw in the last match, which kind of led to the ability to get that much longer push and take advantage of the opportunities, as opposed to what we saw, or no, not we saw, as opposed to kind of like the previous game where it was really difficult for them to get into that flat area and to follow up on those pushes.
Yeah, definitely, and I did kind of question the pick of the leader at first, but I did realize midway through that match they did take care of that charger that their teammates were so afraid of the match beforehand really well. I mean, that I think the Zekafin was out of the match a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, I called it fire. Yeah.
I think it was a Zekafin.
It was, yes, the scoped Zekafin.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I think they did take care of that really well. But yeah, I think they could have maybe gone in a little bit even further if they could have gotten onto that top right area. Maybe they could have even taken the lead. But yeah, it was a really close match on Tower Control Ship Shape. Unfortunately, we don't get to see map 3, and we're gonna wait for the round 5 now. I don't know how long though.
It looks like most of our sets are done. I think we're waiting on just 2 more sets now.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, we are waiting on 2 sets exactly. We are... Wait, what? Wait, how's one of them and 1-0 only?
Sometimes you have issues.
I guess. I mean, we had issues first round, so you know that.
True, yeah.
May be happening with them as well. Yeah, it's World Wild versus Sleeping Under the Stars, and 12:30 versus Slayer Girls. Still battling it out. The rest are done. Yeah.
Oh. Even just watching this like in tournaments and playing that I have been doing. Oh, my camera's out of focus. Hello? There we go. the playing that I've been doing since the patch, I am still so shocked that like a change as big as health bars was added this late into the franchise and this late into the game, like get the game's lifespan. I feel like I would have expected them to wait until like Raiders or 4 or something like that to release this. It's not the most game-breaking change, but I feel like especially at casual levels, it changes there's more information to process, and it changes the way you think about like going for things.
Yeah, I think genuinely it's a good addition to the game. I think it makes
Yeah.
especially fighting a lot more intuitive because I mean that's what I realized when I first played with the health bars as a rapid. I know when to go for fights a lot more often because I know when I can take those fights, for example, against a Hydra, against something that has more range than me. If they're already weak, I can easily chip them and get the pick on them. But yeah, I mean, as you said, it's kind of questionable that such a huge update has been added, like kind of completely out of the blue. Like it's not with Raiders, it's not with a new game.
Yeah.
It just kind of happened, and everybody was confused about it.
Yeah, I
Uh,
remember being like, they said exciting new changes to multiplayer, and it was a full new version update. What could like, we're going from 10.1 to 11, which is a full number change, right? And so I was thinking to myself, well, maybe by changes to multiplayer battle, they're like adding shifty stations back or like having more challenges be available. And then like Flow Aura, I honestly think is like not a massive change. A lot of like it's a kill streak bonus
yeah.
in effect is what it is, and it's not a huge, it's cool, but it's not a change in the way you fundamentally process information and understand how to take fights. Like as a heavy player, right? If I hit 2 or 3 of my shots, sometimes I don't know whether I hit 2 or 3, but now I can tell exactly how many I hit, and I can tell whether they're getting shit by something else, and I can like pursue the pick and also calls like they're one, they're literally one. Can be actually be substantiated as fact or fiction when you can go they're one and then their health bar is full. But
Yeah.
it's like I think like if as teams learn to manage this additional layer of information and understand like how to call it that, and like the combination of this and the update in Sendout where you can look at combos for weapons, I think, like huge potential for higher understanding of how weapons and subs can really work well together. Like there's already a good understanding of what weapons provide good chip, like yours, like the blasters and rapid. What weapons provide good chip and can be comboed off of each other. But now like you have concrete ways to see that in game, which I think is huge.
Yeah, you can call stuff so much easier as well. I mean, it's easy to just say, oh, it's one when you hit it a couple of times. But for example, if one is like half, you can call it like, oh, they're half because you see it. Like and I mean, you can also see your opponent, not your opponents, your teammates' health bars as well. I didn't process that when it first came out. I thought it was only the opponents, but you can also see your teammates' health bars, which I think is very helpful as well at times. For example, in solo queue, especially because you can see
Yes.
when your teammates are taking fights, and you can go help them.
Like in as an anchor player in solo, like I'm trying to keep tabs on where all my teammates are and they can't tell me information. But if I see one of their health bars suddenly drop, then I'm like, oh, there's something going on over there. I need to direct my attention over there. And so it's like it's really good information to also have. And like speaking of calling like whether somebody is half or whatever, there are also like some weapons that deal relatively fixed amounts of damage. Like there's clips of Omega playing decav, and he's like 80, 80, 80, and there's just a compilation of like him calling that people are at 80. All right, and so if you know like specifically how much damage you're dealing, then I'm not gonna say you should call the numbers. You don't want to make people do math mid fight, but it's another tool of helping you get combos and team synergy.
Yeah, yeah, some weapons do consistent amount of damage, and they already were able to do that. I mean, as you just said, they just know the weapons like damage numbers, and they can call that. But also, I mean, some weapons don't, and it's just kind of inconsistent, right? Blasters do
Yeah.
70 with a blast radius. They just sometimes they do like between like for range, I think between 50 and 70 damage, and you never know exactly how much. But with the health bars, it is actually a big like a change. You can actually see how much exactly you make as damage. But we also have a new match. Oh, those are
Yes, we
long
do.
names.
Objects of Affection versus Burst Bomb Birthday Bash. We've got some alliteration going on in here. I take it is somebody's birthday on that team.
Potentially, yeah. It would imply that. I cannot. I mean, we don't know who the birthday kid is, but happy birthday to you if you're watching that. Anyways, yeah. What are the maps for this one? I think the first. What's the first one?
Looks
It
like we're
is
looking at
Bundles of Umami.
Umami Zones! Hooray! I do like this one quite a lot.
I don't.
No, you don't! Oh, man!
I
Really?
don't like umami zones.
I am an Umami Zones enjoyer, personally. I
Wait,
like it
what?
quite a lot.
Robo clams? Wow.
What?
Okay, we're seeing Rainmaker.
I feel-
Hagglefish.
Rainmaker Hagglefish! Honestly, like, I feel like I haven't seen Robo Zones in a hot minute. Like, that is like, I feel like that was one of like the most, if not the most popular Zones map. I feel like I just haven't seen it. Maybe I just haven't been keeping track of things. Maybe maybe there is a lot of Robo Zones. I just feel like I haven't heard a lot about it recently.
No, I think it's still like one of the most popular zones.
Okay. So it's my skill issue. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, Haggle Rainmakers. Well, I guess it is played, but I definitely think Zones when I think Haggle.
Yeah, or Tower, if
Or Tower. True.
but definitely not Rainmaker. But we're seeing it. I am kind of expecting if one of the teams have a player that plays it, potentially a little bit of VAC cheese going.
Oh yes. If we get to that third game.
On this map, yeah, if we get to that third game, we might not see it. But I mean, only time can tell, really. Also, we've been notified that it is actually no one's birthday, and they are trolling and liars. So yeah.
Ah man.
So happy birthday to no one, actually.
Well, I'm sure it's somebody's birthday today. So to whoever's birthday it is today, happy birthday to you. And also, I just realized that I know people on Objects of Affection. I know Allie and I know Basil. And Nia.
Oh, cool.
I don't know Char, unfortunately, but I know the other three. So, hey guys, if you watch the stream VOD back, good luck. Basil being, in fact, Moonlight Basil, the number 2 team in the NA League. So, we will see some high-level Charger gameplay here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, potentially a VAC from them if we get to that.
That is true, yeah. I know she does pull out the VAC on Rainmaker. We've seen it before. In fact, that VAC won Moonlight Rainmaker a game 5 in the NA League by Basil popping the VAC on the right checkpoint on Undertow Spillway. The silly one.
Undertow.
True! I don't like Undertow.
Okay.
That's one thing we can agree on.
Yeah, exactly. But first we're gonna obviously, well, in this set we're gonna be seeing zones on Umami, which we're not on the same wavelength with.
No, we are not.
But yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily a bad blaster map. I just don't like Umami. I don't like double zone maps, but you know, it's the only one that we play, so it's fine.
That's true.
It's the British Bomb's birthday.
It's like how horses' birthdays are all January 1st.
Because I just made.
Are all horses' birthdays January 1st?
Is that a thing? What? I've never heard that before.
Wait, I'm looking this up. The horse birthday rule. Oh, thoroughbred, like racing horse, year of the horse shows. No, it looks like horses in the northern hemisphere have January 1st, especially racehorses have the birthday of January 1st. In the southern hemisphere, horses have the birthday of August 1st.
What?
Why? In the year of 1858, the different horse racing associations... I'm reading from InsiderHorse.com, by the way. I gotta cite my sources. All racehorses have the universally birthday January 1st to make things easier. Just to make things easier.
Well, I mean, I guess it is easier, but we're also going into the match now, and we see a bow!
Ooh, a bow! We love that. Hell yes, Angel, bringing that out. We've also got the mini splat laying the Carbon Deco and the Zap for that lovely cooler. And then on the other side, Basil running that Respawn Punisher E-Liter, as to be expected. Ali is not running Tetras, which is actually not what I expected. Instead on Zap, and then we've got the we got a Blaster there, and we got the Nautilus. So we do see a Nautilus. Yippee!
Yeah, exactly. We finally see the Nautilus.
Oh, hello, Pickle.
Oh, the Carbon just barely gets taken down here from Ruin's teammate on the Zap, saving the Notch from death, I guess. But yeah, we do see Object of Perfection being able to take the lead first lead here. We are down to the 60s now, and we can see Burst Bomb Birthday Bash trying to push from that dome area here, trying to push that feature. Obviously, obviously she's gonna hit her shots. Moonlight Basil after.
There you go, Moonlight Basil, yes.
There we go. My brain, my mouth is not doing what it's supposed to, but that's fine. We do see the Tri-Stringer trying to maybe get a little bit of chip damage down on that leader on the enemy team, and maybe get some paint onto that, onto their zone here. But they obviously need to have both zone halves, and obviously with that bubble on the right side, that's gonna get a little bit more difficult. But they at least still have control over the right side.
Yeah, nicely placed bubble. Ooh, hello. Okay, taking down the Nautilus there. We do see the bow going down as well as the Zap. They're coming back quickly because of that cooler. Meanwhile, though, Halcyon is forced to jump out from holding the zone on that side there, which means that there's no more contesting of the zone, especially as Objects of Affection are pushing forward further and further. We have the Zuka coming out from Pickle, but is it going to be enough? They have to just try and get that zone. Opting to go for the farther zone, actually, instead of the nearer one, and unfortunately not quite able to neutralize that zone in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they really tried to get that leader down, and that Knot as well, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They constantly got brushed down by that Blaster and that Zap, and the bubble on that right side definitely secured their hold a little bit further, and kept up the...
That was a very well-placed bubble, yes.
Birthday Bash, god damn it. From taking the zone cap, which was, yeah, as you just said, a really good bubble placement. Oh, why am I not centered?
There you go. Somebody hit the left align button. Oh, I think your webcam moved. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I just see it. I see it. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah.
But I'm centered. It's fine.
Now you're centered. Ooh, my computer's gonna die. Oh, there we go. Okay. Don't want me disconnected mid broadcast.
Your webcam is not focused.
Ah.
There you
Hello.
Come back.
Hello. Yay! There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we fixed the webcam troubles, guys. I'm so intrigued by the horse birthday thing. This is not something I thought I would be learning today.
It is really weird. It is really weird. But I mean, I've never heard it before. It's always.
I have not either.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's easier, but what?
Also, it apparently causes issues because, like, the development of the horses is going to be different, you know, because some of them are not actually 2 years old and some of them are actually 2 years old when it says they're 2 years old. Okay, anyways, back to the match at hand. I'm going to be thinking about this for the rest of the day, just so you guys know. So, congratulations, chat. You've learned a fun fact with us. Don't see huge changes in the comps here. It looks like these teams are just happy with what they're running.
Yeah, and they're gonna try again, obviously, Burst Bomb Birthday Dash. We're trying to get maybe a little bit more control here at the start of that Tri-Stringer, trying to control the Greats area, but Object of Affection just did really well, apparently, and everybody on the side of Burst Bomb Birthday Dash, except that Carbon is really scared to move in, and now they're gonna move in with that Carbon. Unfortunately, they get directed by that Blaster player, Charlie Quinn, on the side of Object of Affection here. They have bubble ready again, but they might go down here if things go wrong for them, or they don't, or they do.
Lob chip damage. That hammer is coming in.
They fell?
Oh, I think the hammer fell. No, that is very unfortunate for Halcyon. That was a really nice setup, especially since the two members of Objects of Affection didn't have paint behind them, and so it would have been difficult for them to run away. But it's okay, they will recover. Oh, Pickle going down too, and nice shot from Basil there right before they could get the Zuka at the ready as well. And with that, Objects of Affection is going to move up. Basil taking this portion of the map and just fully getting set up here. Has to dodge the whales, but that is not an issue. Just going to go up onto the glass, and that is a dangerous position for Objects of Affection to be set up in, because now Burst Bomb Birthday Bash has to contend with the full sight line. Luckily, it looks like they're able to use the power of the bow to force her to back off just a little bit, but it is still very difficult for them to get back in. No scores yet after a first minute and a half, though, so Burst Bomb Birthday Bash able to hold their own here.
Yeah, the whales coming out now, trying to maybe get their carbon, especially they seem to be. Oh, there's I think another shot from getting out that. Ball here, the ball might explode. Yeah, the ball will explode.
Unfortunate.
Well, Objects of Affection are looking to maybe get in and get some control on the enemy flag. I don't know if the carbon was lagging or if my eyes were deceiving me, but anyways, the carbon is in the low ground here, trying to maybe get some attention. Now, looking on the left side, I'm surprised they stayed in that rain for so long.
Yeah, me too.
Pick on Basil with that Zuka unfortunately going down themselves, and it's only two people down, two people up on the side of Burst Bomb Birthday Bash, which means the remaining three of Objective Affection can just run in, I guess, but they will drop. Maybe. Oh, that was a nice double teaming here from Carbon and the Minion.
It really was, yeah. We were seeing a lot of fights actually go down on this lower portion of the map, but I guess it is clams, so more of that, the map is going to be used as teams go around looking for those clams. Ali had been able to get the cooler out though, so they did come back very quickly. We have Pickle with the Zuka, gonna try and look for another pick here. Oh, not quite getting the arc shot onto Basil, and with this the combination of this bubbler, which was broken, and the wave breaker, Objects of Affection is slowly but surely trying to get their control onto that snipe area.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been 2 minutes, and we still don't have the score. I think, I mean, that's just a Robo-Roman Clams thing.
It could be, yeah.
On this map, since you do have to get through that choke on the enemy flat, and it's relatively difficult to get through there, especially when you have such a passive weapon as a heater and a treasure. But there is 3 people down on the side of Burst Bomb What?
Burst Bomb Birthday Bash. This is a tongue twister. There we go.
This is horrible. And, well, Objects of Affection are trying to... Oh, no! Basil!
Oh, Basil fell! I don't know if that was intentional or not. I think she was at pretty low health, so she may have just wanted to escape the situation, but whatever the motivations behind that, it does unfortunately stall out the momentum from the push that Objects of Affection wanted to have there, and so we are now back at the same situation that we were before. Hello, Rune. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that takes care of that.
Okay, I was like, if that is how they get the push in, I will be very entertained, but unfortunately Rune was seen and dealt with it.
Yeah, and you see Ali like juggling the big clam here, trying to dodge the whales, and the tri-stringer shots here, trying their best to just survive with that big clam. They have 2 of them ready, just 1 would be enough to win the match. It's only 15 seconds left. And well, Burst Bomb Birthday Bash don't have a big clam yet, but it doesn't really matter for them because they need to get to the middle of the map first to get that far. And well, the Blaster is up, so they're going to try to get through the right side here, maybe getting some picks over the ledge, getting back now. Are they on the grates? They are on the grates, right? Oh, they got the pick on the zap. It's only the carbon and the stringer left, but the carbon. I don't think they're quick enough.
There it is. And once again, that bubble doing so much work for Objects of Affection. In this case, having it placed allowed them to like make the jump onto that smaller ledge so that they could gun for the basket. The combination of that and members of Burst Bomb Birthday Bash being down finally created the perfect opportunity for Objects of Affection to dunk the clam into the basket. But Wow, that was a long time of stalemate.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think every time I've commentated on this map mode before, it's always just a long
Yeah.
stalemate. Unless the other, like one of the teams is like so like fully like just so much better than the other one, and they
Yeah,
could
I think
just
unless you
keep
have
on
like a
merging.
full like scale diff or like massive scale difference, really teams just kind of stall out here. And I think yeah, like you said, maybe the weapon choices had something to do with that. But honestly, I mean, even with like the blaster and the carbon and even Ali on the zap going forward and picking those fights and getting that in the mini splatling as well, we just they neither team had enough of the ability to break past that choke point for a comfortable push that they wanted to that wouldn't have been them immediately giving up every single bit of the map for the other team to come in and counter push.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just insanely difficult to push on this map. The baskets are just at the spawn, right? And oh, yeah. Just they couldn't get through that chokehold the entirety of the match. It was just that last push from Objects of Affection with that bubble ready as well, being
Yes.
able to stall for even more time, and the double double clam. One would have been enough, but you know, for good measure, in case one of them misses, I
Just
guess,
in case. Yeah.
just in case.
Well,
uh,
hey, it's always good to have a backup plan. Sometimes that backup plan is just being executed at the same time as your main plan. But whatever the reason, it worked out for Objects of Affection, and they are taking that that fifth Swiss round. Now we are about to head into our sixth Swiss round, but actually before we do that, we are swapping commentators. So you and I are going to be off the mic and chat. You guys get to see Fufu and Sasu, two more wonderful wonderful commentators in this community that I'm sure you've heard their voices before on here at Dapple Productions. But with that, I thank you so much to Sam, our wonderful streamer, and thank you to you, Rai, for being my wonderful co-commentator. We are going to take a short break, swap comms, and we will be right back with round 6 of Girls Duo Cup Valentine's Day Edition. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Girls Duo Cup. I'm Sasu here with Fufu, and we're going to be looking at Heelbook B versus Medusa. But before we get into it, we got to know how the ladies, the they thems, how we're doing. How are you doing, Fufu?
I'm doing great. I'm here for the vibes as always. Happy to be here. You know, I'm never going to complain about a cast in the middle of the day with the Sasu. Sasu, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I have my pink on. You know, yesterday was Valentine's Day. I hope that all the ladies out there got the chocolates, got the shmoney, got the restaurant. Like,
oh yeah,
yesterday. So I feel like after Valentine's Day, I've got my pink on and I'm ready to commentate for Girls Duo Cup.
Yeah, we're bringing the energy. We're bringing it. See, we had all day to relax yesterday, and now we're all good. We're going at it.
Doing speed ladder. As about
you're doing speed ladder. Who put speed ladder on Valentine's Day? I have words. Imagine. Okay, I get it. Half of us are cooked. We got nothing. But like, come on.
Yeah, I was like, clearly, Alice is like, you certainly are not busy on Valentine's Day, but that is over and done with. We are here for Girls Duo Cup, and we'll be starting off with Museum Zones. Tell me your thoughts on Museum Zones, Fufu.
See, as an anchor player, I'm forced to love it, but it has very open space in the middle, so it gives a lot of a chance, especially to our fellow anchor players, you know, your bows, your chargers, yada, 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 to have a lot of room. But surprisingly enough, we're not seeing any of those. We're going straight to Splatoon 2 with the Jet Squelcher of all things entering the field, Sasu.
Yeah, actually, it's funny I bring up Speed Ladder. Hydra, I think, was a team that I commentated for in Speed Ladder. So they are doing double duty by playing in Girls Duo Cup today. But right off the top, we have the Dreadringer going down and that C-Jet already out with the rain, just passing through, gonna get a little chip done, but not quite going to get that zone. But can we talk about how it's been 30 seconds, only now is that zone cap with 2 picks on the side of Medusa. And yeah, that crab is popped, and I think that Heelbook B are in a really good position.
Yeah, very much so. They had a very slow start. Both of these teams had a slow start, really, but Medusa seems to finally getting their foot back in the door here. Ooh, Taji with a beautiful double on that hammer and looking for more Xenocake. Find themselves in a danger zone here, but Taji is going to be seeing themselves back to the respawn point, but the zone has not yet capped in Medusa's favor here, Sasu.
Yeah, 2 picks there, but unfortunately not really going to do much, seeing as though Heelbook B was just able to keep it. It did nothing in the grand scheme of things. They've already hit the 50-point mark. Matu just with that Stamper, threatening everyone with that range, I think, doing a really good job ultimately of keeping this zone.
Yeah, but we're finally seeing another big swing here from Medusa. Whether or not they're going to be able to capture the zone this time around is a bigger question. 3 players, especially that mini, is such a big problem in Medusa's side, but it's not enough as Medusa finally is able to get their hands on the zone and is actually moving at a much quicker speed than Heelbook did on their push.
Yeah, true. They are already down to 80. We have to note that they had no penalty, of course, right off the top, so they might actually be able to get through these points fairly quick. But I think that is a crab behind. Gonna chip out Lutzi and immediately have them go down. So Matu is out of there, ready to zip and get these people down, but not before being canceled, Fufu.
That is the most unfortunate way to go down. Accidentally zip casting into an ink strike has to be one of the worst ways to do it. But that being said, Medusa finally seeing themselves getting that lead 2 down, but they are able to secure that here. And whether or not the rest of their teammates are going to jump in time before the zone turns orange, no, it's not going to happen. Heelbook is able to take back the zone before any real major damage is made after the lead. But once again, you go 2 down again, Medusa's probably getting the zone once more and finding control very soon.
Yes, but I think that's going to be a total of 3. And with that C-Jet down, that's going to be a delayed wipe there on Hydra. So just a little bit of time taken to cap that zone. They're down to 29. Honestly, there's not a huge differential and not a huge penalty either. They're going to be out of this very quickly if they play their cards right. So Divya gonna drop down there. But with these tri-strikes, not gonna quite get the zone, but in conjunction with that rain, it is in neutral at the moment.
Yeah, very much so, but Heelbook finally seeing some more points. No penalty points, but they are able to get the lead. And what just happened? something just happened there. Something blew up and Heelpook was gone. They were all back at spawn.
I think it might have been a Reef Slider. There's just one thing about Hydra. It feels like they just send out a lot of specials at the same time. And having to deal with Tri-Strikes, sometimes you're like, listen, we've got a mini, we can paint over that. But Tri-Strikes with a rain, a lot tougher to deal with. And speaking of that rain, that's going to be the C-Jet in the corner, going to go down, of course, being sort of jumped by the members of Heelbook, so to speak. And Heelbook currently have the lead. They're working on their points right now, and I think oh no! What? That is going to be Onion going down with that cooler.
No, the cooler went out. I don't know how. It got out somehow. It is on the field, but I'm not even going to question the logic of Splatoon at that point and accept it as it is. But there's definitely some bloodshed happening in center. Both teams finding themselves in interaction, but Heelbook seems coming out on top despite that rain from Medusa. It's not going to be enough to keep that zone painted when everyone else is on the field. It feels like there's a lot of like stress coming out from Medusa, almost some desperation, as they tend to call it, especially as we're in the last minute and they are no longer the lead. They kind of have to be careful and have to change things a little bit more carefully because they don't really have, they maybe have like one more chance to get themselves to take the zone.
Ooh, and that is not looking good with two of their members down. They, of course, have a Reef Slider at their disposal, or at least they did before that Reef Slider went down. It's getting chipped out by that rain, and I will tell you, as a C-Jet 5-star myself, C-Jet usually feels really good here, but it seems as though Hydra. Medusa was not able to pull it out, unfortunately, losing this game 1 to Heelbook.
Yeah, and you said something very interesting earlier about how they all use their specials at the same time, and I couldn't agree more. I feel like that dependence on all of the specials coming out at once and just making a big, bang going into a retake, I think that was definitely their downfall going into the rest of the match, because once those specials were inactive, they were having a very difficult time getting back into mid.
Yeah, but honestly, Heelbook, if I do say so myself, is a really strong team. I know all of the members on this team. A lot of them are just not to be trifled with, in all honesty. So I feel like even we saw Divya at one point on the dualies getting a pick on that C-Jet, who was just standing on that ledge. And I gotta tell you, I'm not expecting for someone on low ground like that to just get a pick. So at a certain point, I think you sort of back up and you get a little bit afraid of being skill dipped when you're up against such a strong team,
Very much so. You do not want to get your toes bitten off when you're standing on the ledge here at Museum. Being an anchor on Museum is so funny because you're like, yeah, I so have advantage. And then there's this little tiny guy on your toes under that ledge. And it happens every time. It's like you always expect someone to be there. But curious about what our next
blaster.
It's usually a blaster or a slosher.
You're like,
yeah,
oh, it's gonna be like a slosher. That's why if I see the dualies down there, I'm like, oh. And then they get the pick. I'm like, wait, I'm a little afraid. But like
it's like, what are you doing there? You're not supposed to be there. But no, yeah, anyone could show up. Or you could just have like a Zuka from the depths, but not even enough time to process what went down. We're going straight into the next match. Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. I don't like this map, Sasu. I don't like this map. So I hope these guys have more fun than I would.
Well, actually, Matu is my teammate, believe it or not. And I can attest to the fact that I'm not the biggest fan, and she may not be the biggest fan of this map mode as well. My team doesn't do particularly strongly here, but this is Heelbook. This is not Ouroboros. And with any hope, it will work better in their favor.
Yeah, very much so. And it seems to have, we're still in that very big neutral phase, but Heelbook did have that man advantage, make that 2 here, especially with the rain coming out from Medusa. It is able to stop the Rainmaker. Quite a messy start, if I have to say. Both teams haven't really found their footing just yet, but it seems like Heelbook might actually be making me eat my words. They do have 2 players down on Medusa and the Rainmaker in their hands, Sasu.
Yes, and they're making their way left. You see Divya getting that critical pick on the Wiper in order to stop them from just getting them from behind. And I think really importantly, one of the members of Medusa was able to get that pick and stop them from getting quite an easy dunk. We had that jump being camped as well by the Slosher. And the Tri-Strikes are going to come out in this ultimate game of keep away. So gets another pick and really good at not letting them get that dunk, I'd argue.
Very much so, but I did see a float aura activated back there. Name, a Quartz. I want to say? Of course,
Aqua.
yeah. Aqua. But like awkward. There's aura is what I'm trying to say. So that might just come in handy. We're gonna be seeing the effects of that going straight into the checkpoint.
Yes, and Onion actually gets this dunk on Tri-Slosher, still has that aura active, picks up just to try and get that quick pick. I think that's Matu in the zip as well. And ultimately, despite the fact that Onion, whose display name right now is Aqua, is gonna go down, they did critically get a lot of points.
Very much so. 29 is not bad for this map at all, and especially considering that Medusa still doesn't have a checkpoint just yet. Granted, we're only 2 minutes into the match. It's not the biggest thing. If we're gonna go like another minute or two, then they'd be in some real danger. But again, bloodshed in mid, nothing we're not used to on this map.
Yes, there's always a lot of neutral, especially when the Rainmaker resets, because it's just so hard to get that motion. You really have to critically get those picks, but really just at the nick of time, you have Lutzy on Slosher getting that pick and then also activating that flow aura. XV, okay, it's gonna go down as well, and I think there is a crab somewhere active. You were talking about it. I'm seeing it.
No, literally, it's just, mid is just a giant hallway. I expect nothing less from this map, and maybe it's also a reason why it's not one of my favorites. I mean, look at that! You have a Rave Slider going out while a Zipcaster goes behind them, a Hammer is out on the field, a Crab was out on the field not too long ago. Do you see how much it takes just for these teams to even try to get out of center? We're still in center!
And you know what? We've been seeing Medusa like getting these picks, but it's just not translated into any points for them because it just feels like Healbook, they can't be put down for long. As soon as they get the picks, I see that one person's down. More people are in its wake. I think Onion's doing a really good job with this cooler because Healbook, they can't stay down for long.
No, very much so. And then, like, when you keep in mind the score advantages, Healbook can do whatever they want. They have a solid lead, and Medusa has no checkpoints. Like, they can play the game, they can mess around, they can just get the picks they need and call it a day. Like, trades are good even in this situation, especially on that defense. But, they just went 2 down, and their players are already back, and there really hasn't been any damage to their defenses, really, for Healbook.
Yeah, and you see Divya does go down, but I think did a really good job in distracting, having Pyrie having to go left. We have that Reef Slider that does take Matu down. But once again, they're only down to 85. They don't even have that initial check, and we have less than a minute remaining. So all of this pressure that Healbook B is putting on is working out in dividends, because like you said, Fufu, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to push. They can play, they can push if they want, or play defense, but it's the burden on Medusa to at least get that first check right.
Yeah, and when you notice the fact that Medusa quite literally just burned through every single special that they had trying to get this push forward, it could be pretty dangerous, but as I say that, they are able to finally get a checkpoint in probably one of the most crucial moments of the game. If they can continue this momentum, they could see a lead, but seeing those specials coming out from Healbook to just try and stop anything that comes on the way. But Medusa also has their specials active. This is your chance to punch with a beautiful over here. This is... They got the lead! Medusa, with 5 seconds left on the clock, got the lead, but this is going straight into overtime.
Yes, and this is going to be a really hard push to do because 8 means that you're essentially kind of going to need a knockout because of just how Undertow is, and you have Matu stalling here. Divya has gone down, so she is waiting for her teammate to come back in, and this is going to be very hard because I think Healbook ultimately, when you look at their specials, they're more defense-oriented, so they have their work cut out.
Yeah, and that's gonna just one swipe of the wiper and a little bit of rain is enough to end the game right there. Medusa evening out the score 1-1. They had an extremely explosive push at the end there. I was like, whoa, we burnt our specials, and then they just had 2 more up and ready. That timing of the last 2 specials, the reslider and the strikes, were so crucial in making sure that they got that lead with, right there. Without them, that would have been game.
Rainmaker, all you need sometimes is one good push. Clearly, and honestly, when that happened, when you're like, they don't have their specials, I was thinking to myself, well, even if Healbook does have their specials, I think they have a bubble, they have a crab, a zip, like not anything that can really get those picks and stop people from advancing. I think it's a lot of things where you're like, I just gotta go. And I think it's those more aggressive specials like a Reef Slider and a Tri-Strike that makes you so dangerous on something like a Rainmaker, especially on that particular stage.
No, very much so. Like, we don't talk about how important certain specials are for the situation, and I don't think I could have put it any better. And, you know, it's only going to get more chaotic because if we look at our next map, we're literally playing Clamblitz Macomart, which is a map we don't really play at all for very obvious reasons. It's a very big, the way the baskets are pretty far off. Well, no, they're close. They're closer baskets, and I don't know, it's just a very explosive map in my personal opinion. And oh god, when you add an Octoburst to the mix, talk about explosive.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a tough game perhaps for Healbook, seeing as though they're up against a lot of AoE. And we all know that when it comes to Macomart, usually you're looking at this with something like zones, but regardless, there's so many stacks, there's a lot of verticality here, and having a Dreadringer, a Brush, a Slosher, able to slosh over those and ledge so much is going to be tough.
Very much so here. And, you know, weapon choices are so important on this map. It's actually insane how much it makes a difference. But already Medusa seems to have their foot in the door, already getting most of mid in their favor. Powerball here in Nessa's hand going straight in. It may have cost them their life, but, you know, that first push is what we want to see. Strikes, Kraken, but we just need some clams to go into that basket.
Yes, it's all about the, say it with me, clam economy. You have to have those clams in your pockets to score on the basket. Taiji going to throw in 2 more before getting a pick there on Onion and continuing to get that, get those clams in. And right now, I think that Healbook is going to have to do some damage control and make sure that they get rid of everybody, which it seems as though they've effectively done. Just one up there on Medusa.
Yeah, it's crazy how much one sneaky player can just bring that score down, especially on a mode like Clamblitz. It's ridiculous, especially because the spawns were so in their favor that I was like, wow, you just got away with that. It was kind of awesome. But regardless, Healbook finally coming in for a bit of a counterattack. They do suffer a 2-player down situation, but 3-player down. I don't think this push is going to go very far with Medusa right at their tail and leaving the last player alive.
Yeah, push is effectively over there. I think that we were talking about how sneaky plays can get you points. They've gone all the way down to 38. We always talk about how you need at least 60 so you can make giving. Oh, that was unfortunate. If that were me, I certainly wouldn't have thought I'd go down to those strikes, but I think a bubble for Cakes is going to help with this defense ultimately. But it seems like Medusa, they have a lot of control of the entire board, a lot of paint, and just really good spacing going on. This is not looking good so far for Healbook.
Oh, very much so. And I think it goes back to those weapons. Look at the ledge camping weapons. They have 3 of them. 2 sloshers and an Octobrush does crazy damage on this map mode. It's ridiculous. But as I say that, they are able to get the power climb in, but only leaving Taiji alive. And when you're just one lone player, what can you do on your own here?
Yes, but finally the counter attack is on its way. Cake's gonna go down, I think there. That is critical because I think they really would have needed Cake's, or at least wanted Cake's bubble there. I think Onion gonna go down to Taiji in this rush. And like going up against a rush in Clamblitz is always going to be very frustrating, very annoying. So no wonder you see that last Healbook member just jumping out. They don't want to deal with it.
Very much so. You don't want to die in a situation like that. The faster you can get on the field, the better. But no, Taiji has been making insane work off of this Octobrush. Like, they are where they need to be at almost all times. And honestly, I respect it. You know, you got to give your team what they need, and they are doing exactly that.
Yes, and you see they're biding their time. Once again, those strikes come out, and they're able to score on that basket and immediately pop their Kraken to clear this entire stack. They get a pick on Matu, and I think they're going after Cakes, but ultimately they go down to that counter attack, and I think that is going to be a jump in that gets them down to 4, and a wipeout happens, but they only have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to possibly get this game, and once again, they're essentially going to have to knock out.
Yeah, and Healbook definitely finds himself in trouble water, especially when the clam misses the basket. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But that being said, Healbook has that 3-person advantage. Medusa losing 3 of their players and just barely. Oh, still not. Clam to the well, there's one, but the other one still remains on top. They only have 2 players left, and well, technically that's 2 players on the field, and one just about dead, and the other way too far back. If they can sustain this, I'm gonna be impressed.
Oh my gosh, and I am impressed at the moment. That is a wipeout, which means they have free reign. That is going to be Cakes with the dunk there, and they might be able to take this if they keep it going. The clam economy is on their side. They just need one more, and that is the same Fufu. What?
They took it back. They made me eat my words. They're like, oh, you want to see a comeback? You want to see a sustain? I got you. And off they went. Yeah, no, I think that crab was a beautiful finisher. Whoever was on that crab, I love you. I'm going to give you a smooch because I like you. I like you a lot. Who was it? Divya!
Div. That's the Women Crush Wednesday. Divya on the crab, putting on all that pressure. And you know what? I'd argue they kind of paid Medusa back in dividends. That's exactly what happened to Heelbook in the Rainmaker game. They had a sustained, just a very powerful win the entire time, and they just took it straight under their noses at the last second. And that's what Heelbook did in Clams, I'd argue.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree. It's just like, hey, we just paid it back. They literally just paid it back. They're like, oh, me?
You thought you were going to win.
Let me show you something. You thought. Oh, no, that's so... But no, yeah, it's literally just the comeback of the century. If we didn't write it, they did.
Yeah, honestly, good games. Glad to see it. What a close set. I always love having a 2-1, you know, going to a game 3 on the cast. So I think still this is maybe the last of groups, right?
Yes,
I think this is
I'm pretty sure
the 5th. So with that, now all of the teams have their scores. They're all going to be calculated and tabulated to see who gets into that top cut. I think that I should have had it all open. Listen, girl math, real
girl
quick.
Math?
I think that Heelbook.
Oh no!
What happened?
Oh wait, no, not right. It's good. I saw that pop up in there. Okay, the voices in our head have told us Heelbook made it. Heelbook, in fact, made it to top cut. We love you, the voices
with
in our
this
head.
win. I think that's what gives them the win into top cut. But speaking of top cut, we will be going into it very, very soon. So I think we're going to be taking a short break, a little petite, skinny break, you know?
You think
so don't you get enough? Listen, I don't care what it says on the scale, baby. Skinny.
Mindset. It's a mindset.
Exactly. It's like, babe, I might be over 200 pounds, so I'm skinny, honey. Like,
exactly.
That's how
we're slaves. We're slaves. That's what we are.
Yes, we are slaves. So
yes.
It's
slaying is a mindset.
Exactly. It's the grind set. It's the slay set, honey.
Yes.
It's all about the slay. And so while y'all get your slay together, we are going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with you with Top Cut.
And hello. We are back from our short break, returning with Girls Duo Cup. I am Fufu, joined by the one and only Sasu, bringing you a new match.
Yes, we have finally made it to the top cut bracket. Kita Fish versus Half Past 12. And interestingly enough, we will be starting with Crab Leg, Capital, Rainmaker.
Oh man, if this isn't the map of all time to start with, I haven't seen this map competitively. This is a map of all time.
Oh,
I mean, look at it.
You, a leader player, you're like the map of all time.
Oh, I say this in like, it's not my favorite thing in the world way. It's a boring map. It's boring. I'm sorry. I don't care how much I love that leader. If a map is boring, it's boring. And Crab Leg, my friend, is boring.
Listen, I am the edit player through and through.
Right.
So this is just the map in which I get my lunch absolutely devoured by any given charger. So if I have the choice, I would rather not be here, but I will say what is interesting is that final push. I feel like if you're on top right, it feels, with love and respect, terrible both to push and defend.
Right.
That top right to the final check. And that bottom left, really good way to get an easy check, but ultimately getting to the goal feels very impossible. If you end up dunking it left, I feel like you just have to pick it up and, like, I don't know, go right. It's just a very interesting strategy. I'm sure we're gonna see.
You want to know what I really want to see on this map? I want to see a vac. Look, there's gonna be charge. There's probably gonna be a charger. I don't know. I was surprised last match that there wasn't an anchor, like a charger or spotting anchor in sight. So my hopium, whatever it is at this point, would be a vac charger, because you know how funny it would be in that terrible chokehold to just say like, I'm just gonna vac out. What are they gonna say? No?
Yeah, honestly, I would argue if we should see that vac charger, or even I wouldn't be mad at a crab charger either. I think crabbing in that mid would be really good. So far, we're seeing a backless comp as well as a comp with pen. A little bit more standard there coming out of Kita Fish. So a big swing. Interesting choice, Fufu. We'll see how it works out for them.
We'll see how it works out. And I'm looking at the players of Kita Fish, and they are a little more seasoned there, of just at least one of those players. But as I say that, Half Past 12, making me eat all of my words here, but 2 down on the side of Kita Fish, but able to clean it up there. That pencil doing a great job at just holding the ground until the rest of their teammates get there.
Yes, but so far we're still just sort of stuck in mid. The members of Kita Fish that went down are already back like nothing happened. And Pajab here, I think on this Cal, they're going to be the back that you're asking for. Not necessarily that charger back, but I think it'll certainly be helpful for getting them to the goal if they're ever able to pick up that Rainmaker.
Very much so. And, you know, this right checkpoint seems a little bit locked out, and while everyone's distracted on the left, and now we're just going to put this checkpoint on the right down. And, of course, they're going to get taken down. But what's important is that they have the checkpoint. Kita Fish may have been wiped out, but they have that checkpoint. But Half Past 12 is ready to put that Rainmaker in the checkpoint on their own as well. Again, this is a game of counterattacks, and look at that back. Ready to munch.
Oh. Yeah, nothing funnier than watching someone leisurely stroll over the grades there. But Pajab, I think, ultimately going to go down. I don't know what was holding them up in mid, that being the Rainmaker holder, but ultimately they are going to just go down to the several people that are up on Kita Fish. And I don't know, it seems like we're having a bit of an organization problem on Half Past 12.
Very much so. It seems like everyone's on a little bit of a different page here, and it's their downfall, unfortunately, as Kita Fish is taking full advantage of that. Was able to bring the Rainmaker up to 47 points here. And, you know, that Rainmaker still in place, and with Mia here on this left side, she is able to cause just that much mayhem with that wiper, and God forbid she gets to hammer ready soon.
Yeah, Mia Wiper, we know that they're not to be trifled with, especially on that weapon. And I think that we've seen Half Past 12 just completely on the back foot this entire time. I think they're opting maybe to reset it instead of running it. No, someone does ultimately pick it up, maybe perhaps a little bit late since one of their members did go down, but Casket Drop gonna get a pick here and ultimately advance. We're gonna see if they're able to get checked despite these tri-strikes coming out.
Yeah, very much so. I don't know, something about the game feels so incredibly slow. This entire match has felt like everyone is in slow motion. Fellas, it's Splatoon 3. I promise it's legal to go fast now. We do not gotta wait a little bit, and I think they might have heard me as the pace slowly is picking up. Jasmine forced to jump right out, but Casket Drop going straight for the checkpoint, just winding it out of the way and is able to escape the pen, but only to go down to a burst bomb.
Yes, like record scratch. Rewind to Fufu saying that this is a boring map. And perhaps that's why it's so slow. But Dapple is going to pop that Rainmaker and pick it up ultimately. I think perhaps even trying to go for more points, even though we just have over a minute 30 left, so they don't necessarily have to push if they don't want to. They are going to ultimately go down to Turnip, who's on that carbon roller, and I think that's a great pick to have, but seeing as though they're the only person alive, that's going to be a delayed wipe on half past 12.
Yeah, unfortunately there, and just a little over a minute left. Half past 12 still has yet to get the Rainmaker to at least 35 points for that lead, and Kitafish setting themselves in really strong positions. I love what Jasmine is doing. Jasmine, you're doing great, sweetie, because you are doing exactly what that S-Blast wants, taking those ledges, not really giving half past 12 as much space to do what they want, but back here to help a bit on that defense and a little bit on that offense too. Almost taking the Rainmaker out, not quite, but Kame just barely missing these kills and getting taken down themselves here. Unfortunate on that defense.
That is so unfortunate because they have all of that paint. You would think they'd get something up on those crates, but I guess not. Jasmine, after your own heart, Fufu, gonna get that direct and that aura flow on the line. So all this ledging that they're doing into the Booyah, nightmare for a half past 12. It seems like they have now transitioned, they being Kitafish, into stalling the Rainmaker with just under 30 seconds left.
Very much so, and you know, they're still going to be greedy. Turn Up here, looking for some blood, but not really quite. Well, actually finding one, but still that Rainmaker finds themselves alive, and Turn Up able to take the Rainmaker out, giving finally another chance to the rest of the half past 12 to maybe do something with this. 2 down on Kitafish. More importantly, everyone but the Slosher. The path could be cleared if we just get on the same page. The Rainmaker, we got it.
Yeah, this is, like you said, we're having a little bit of issues of being on the same page when I think finally everything's come together. And Casket Drop, I'm a little nicer word for dumbfounded at what happened there. I know that there was a vac, but it seemed like perhaps they weren't standing completely in it, or the vac was popped a little late, but that really should have been free points, I would say, for half past 12. Unfortunately, somehow they whiffed it, Fufu.
I didn't want to say it, but yes, I think they might have gotten a little too eager to go forward, and in that, stood outside of the Vax range, which is so unfortunate because that could have been the very ticket that got them that lead during that push. But if you're Kitafish, you're lucky. You don't have to worry about it. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to take the first game and run along with it. And, you know, no complaints from there if you're Kitafish.
Yeah, I think that we're just going to have to see a little bit, perhaps, more coordination and awareness, perhaps. A little bit more speed, because that was a rather slow game. And I think at the end there, they said, wait, we got to speed up. And they sped up a little bit too much. I think when you're an OT with that Rainmaker, you're going to want to keep it slow, stall as much as you can so you can get that one perfect push that gets you the lead.
Right. I feel like a lot of people throw out that sense of risk towards the end of the game, especially in matches like this, where it's just like, okay, we're feeling it out, that's fine or whatever. But it's always the last 30 seconds of a match that people, this is what I call like player-made last-ditch effort, where they just go, okay, we need to go. And that's usually where those big pushes come from. I expected faster gameplay from these teams if I'm just, you know, looking at what they had. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. I expected faster. We didn't. Maybe we'll get faster this time now that they had a chance to be like, okay, I know you a little bit more. Now I know what I want to do. Please, 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 please. Anyways.
Yeah, there's a Sploosh. You know, I'd be surprised if we see slow gameplay out of a Sploosh. I'd actually be surprised You see? Look at all that swim speed. They've got to go fast. They said we are not going to be slow this time around. I think that Sploosh actually has double swim speed, and the tower is just going to go at its own pace. So 2 members already done on half past 12. And I think after we get out of this neutral, it is going to be the dust settling, and Kitafish going to come out on top and not be on the tower.
Now they're going to be on the tower. Seeing a couple more points here on the board. A beautiful hammer there from Mia, fighting 1, fighting 2. Making 3 here in a second. Not quite, but with a beautiful pincer, that's going to be 3 down on the side of half past 12. That's Sploosh being the last player alive. And I love the way how Kitafish sets themselves up. They have gotten behind the enemy. They have set themselves up forward, and they have all these specials ready for whatever push they want here.
Listen, Mia knows ball. That, oh! Well, I look a little bit silly because Turnip said, I know ball too, baby. We saw them doing a really good job in that last game as well. I would argue getting some really critical picks, but you just need the rest of the team to move up and take advantage of that. And that is exactly what half past 12 is doing. Casket drop on that tower, ready to hammer anybody who dares go forward, but you get canceled, boo-boo. This is crazy.
This is like the game of like canceling. This is no hammers allowed, the game. And you know, half past 12 is not really able to see many points. And so they're just all dying to bombs. What is up with the lethality of splat bombs this game? The death of hammers and the death of bombs. What is this?
Oh my gosh, it's a war zone is what it is. There's just everyone left and right. Mia, of course, has that hammer. Gonna have to be really careful not to go down in this instance, and they get a pick off the ledge. I think that is an active crab that no doubt has the hammer's name on it, but a trade ultimately is going to happen, and I think Kitafish still moving on, getting those points on the board, and they're heading towards a knockout.
Very much so. I mean, just look how fast they're moving. They're down at this last checkpoint, but just that last-ditch effort there from half past 12, really trying to make sure they don't get through it, because if they get through this checkpoint, that could very well spell the end of their entire run. They are off the tower on Kitafish. Half past 12, just a little bit more pain. Another player has jumped out from Kitafish, leaving it Enamel and Keaton in the center. That is the end of that push for now.
Yeah, I think little by little, all of the members of Kitafish are just jumping out. They know that they don't necessarily have to overextend. They can bide their time because half past 12 practically has no points on the board. But you see, 2 members ultimately gonna go down for Kitafish. The 96 down on the side of half past 12. But like, I don't know. These teams have just been having struggles with getting on the tower and getting those points banked in. Casket Drop gonna have to leave out of there after 2 of their teammates go down, and they get out of there. That push with no points due to, unfortunately.
No point. It still feels like they're struggling to find out what they're doing as a group, as there's a lot of going in one by one, especially like you're getting that air of desperation during this time of the match, especially when you're dealing with a never-ending storm that is Kitafish at the moment. They always have someone on board, always have some sort of cooler, but I think this might just put a dent in them finally. Half past 12 sees an opportunity to move forward. Players going down on Kitafish, but they have such an uphill battle they need to climb.
Yeah, it almost feels like past 12, it's like they don't have comms, perhaps. Like, I think that sometimes, you know, there's a question of, like, who's getting on tower. I see that 2 people jump off or something to that extent. We have this vac, but no one's fighting in the vac. Yeah, it's just a struggle to coordinate, and I feel like a lot of these things are things that you don't see because they get called out on comms. But I don't know. It just seems like no one is completely sure of where the rest of their teammates are.
Yeah, it's even with or without comms, sometimes like it just happens to the best of us. You know, once you're stuck in the cycle, it can get really difficult to take out. And you know, within the last 2 minutes, we've been seeing the same cycle from half past 12. They take most of Kitafish out, they come back in, and they're taking fights as one person, like one person, and find themselves in tricky situations, leading to situations like this.
Yes, a lot going on, but we are under 30 seconds left. Casket drop once again going to go down. You see 2 people are down on half past 12. So this is looking pretty grim for them, especially because now you have Kita Fish coolered as well. So they're getting spawn camped, I think, a little here. And Kita Fish being very cheeky, trying to get those points despite the fact that they don't really need them. And I think in a last-ditch effort, unfortunately, they are going to come up short. 12, losing this set in a 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately eliminated from the tournament while they're at it as well. Kita Fish, though, with that 2-0 score, will just be moving swiftly through the bracket here into their next match.
Yes, but you know, I think that GG's to both of these teams. It was a bit of a struggle, and sometimes that happens. I get it. It is Sunday, you know, midday for those of us who are on EST. Even later, if any of you are European, and you know, like maybe you had a little busy Saturday. You know, maybe you're busy. You're tired. I get it, girlies. I get it.
Yeah?
Like, listen, we promise, because Girls Duo Cup is kind of a rare tourney, you know? It doesn't happen too often. I think the last one was maybe like November or months ago, right? So I feel like when you see Girls Duo Cup, you have to sign up. But, you know, this one just so happens to be the day after Valentine's Day, so I wouldn't be surprised if some people had late nights and they woke up and they go, oh.
Oh man, let's go play Girls Duo Cup. Listen, if we're in the Valentine's Day spirit still the day after, I need to see some classic enemies to lovers between some teams today. I don't care what it is. It better be the finalists. Like, I need y'all to get up there and for me. Thank you. That's all I have to say about today.
We are pro girls love today. That is what we are trying to see. I know that you guys are going up against each other, but let me see some love in the chat, some GGs.
Oh yeah,
like some GGs.
GGs, you know, like batting the eyelashes, you know, like GGs, you know, like
you have my Discord. You can hit me up.
Like, it won't kill you.
Can you imagine flirting in the Sendo chat?
Like, have I done that yet? Have I done that?
It hasn't happened to me.
Listen,
yet.
I've already started my jump of like collecting girlfriends like crazy, so I need to get on that when I get back on the game.
Yes, but we will be going to a short break. We've laughed enough, so we want to make sure you guys get the chance to go get your drinks, to go get sat, and we will be right back with Girls Duo Cup. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back to Girls Duo Cup. I'm Sasu, here with Fufu, Dill, and we are going to continue our way through Top Cup bracket, looking at Worldwide versus Tooch. Now, the map modes have already been determined. They are already picked, and would you believe it? We're starting off with Clam's Manta Maria. Now I know girls just want to have fun, but is this fun, Fufu?
If I'm a girl and want to have fun, I would not be having it at Manta Maria, if you ask me. Not me. Stay safe.
Y'all stay safe though. Listen, as a they them femme myself, you know, I'm not completely mad at it because Manta Maria ultimately is a really good splatling map. So it's good for my edit. You know, I have like, it's good for the try. I've got weapons that work here for sure, but I'm certainly, it is a bit of a jump scare. Not gonna even hold you on the map list, yeah.
Makes you feel better. On Tooch, Femi is there, and Femi plays Splatling, so Femi may be having a good time. Unintentional bias, but we love Femi in this house.
This is going to listen right, with the female symbol Femi, Fem, Fem, my some might say. Ready for Girls Duo Cup here. Both of these teams going to be going in. Oh, and there's Mondi as well. These are actually some pretty strong teams. I'm seeing a lot of players with plus suggests ready to go here on this Girls Duo Cup. So I'm glad to see this really strong gameplay that we have.
Yeah, it's very exciting, honestly. Both of these comps are quite interesting. I love seeing this Dynamo out on the field, but AC doing a great job at taking them out. AC has been doing some crazy stuff recently, too, but speaking of them, they are going to be going down on this, but no, wait, what? Worldwide got the score. Mondi was in the backline with the sneaky bar climb, able to get that first clam into the basket and some extra points with the rest of the help from their teammates. Beautiful splash out, beautiful jumps, down to 50 points already, Sasu.
Yes, but I think that is going to spell the end for that push, but not too shabby. Down to a 50, of course, past that 60-point mark, so they're not feeling too bad about giving the other team a power clam. But ultimately, I think that the clam economy is looking really strong for Tooch. They might come at this with kind of a vengeance with this counterattack.
What hope? Unfortunately, they are going to be losing their brush in the process. One down on each side. Excuse me. The slosher on the side of Worldwide, and that was the sploosh, not sploosh, the brush on Tooch. So, you know, Tooch, sploosh is just about the same thing, but I think there's a lot of waiting here, especially. Right. They are, just a little bit, but no, it seems like Tooch has finally saw an opportunity. Look at that.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and they picked that up. They are just going to ignore the fact that they were being camped, and I think they whiffed that clam, so it's not even necessarily going to go in. Very unfortunate, but I think now everyone is just sort of regrouping here for Worldwide, making sure that there's no sneaky picks there from Monty on the left, and they have what seems to be, or they had someone in their bunker, so they're gearing up for another push, and that's wow. Oh my God.
That was personal. That was personal.
Brutal.
That was an execution is what it was. Oh, poor Femi. But that being said, Worldwide still remains in the lead. We're halfway through the game right here. Acing trying to do what they can to flip the tides. Hammer coming out. A beautiful pick on Fortnite. Of all names, there we go. In our game of Splatoon. But hopefully Tooch could see an opportunity to get some points on the board, especially after the last failed push.
Yes, you see that once again. Tooch is just greedy with this clam economy. They have got a lot online. That's going to be 2 power clams, and I think even their Luna seems to be working on one themselves. Mondi immediately checking that Acing going to go down as well and giving Mondi that low aura. So I think that is just going to be it for this push. Unfortunately, Acing, wrong place, wrong time. They go down to Mondi as well. You see, in one big strike. Wait, what is going on?
The clam basket closed literally right before Femi could put it in. Not even a second. and they were forced to jump back. But that being said, Acing finding 2, almost 3. That's 3 down. Wipeout. That's what good flanks do. Good flanks say, oh, you're here. No, you're not. No, you're not. You thought. And Acing did a great job. Now it's time for Tooch to counterattack, get some points of their own. They are going to have to deal with Worldwide coming in as a group here, but they have specials ready, so they have what it takes to counter this.
They better have what it takes to counter this. There are 3 power clamps happening from Tooch, and if they get all of those in, that is just really going to be it. So I think they get a pick on the one person who is not holding the power clamp. No doubt that going to be the brush, because wouldn't be surprised if the game plan right now is just to somehow get the brush in there and then just triple jump to them. But I think one of the power clamps gonna be discarded aside, gonna break. So clam economy not as sturdily as it was before. We have 22 clams there for Tooch.
Very much so, but again, very big clam economy, as you said. 2 player clams are now on, technically 3, but only 2 are in possession of players. These strikes would be very deadly, but I see the weight of wanting your brush to return. But at the same time, it gives Worldwide that opportunity to get the resources together, see those strikes ready on their side as well. So they have a plan for the counterattack. Watch those other strikes come out in just a second. Look at that. You see what I mean?
Oh my gosh, these counter strikes. When you said counter strike, I wasn't even thinking of try strikes. I was just thinking, oh, like counter, I don't know, the game.
Oh no.
But no, they are going to get it in, but ultimately 2 of their members are down. I don't think that there's anyone physically close enough. Ace is gonna see what they can do, gonna get that pick, but I don't know that there's enough time. And because they're in overtime, the barrier going back up, Fufu, I wish we just had 30 more seconds in that game. What action? Oh my gosh.
It was a really good game, I would have to say. Still on the slower side, but nonetheless a good one. Listen, our game ones have looked pretty slow. We've had slow game ones. That's just what it is. No biggie. But especially on a map like Manta, where realistically almost all of our comp players haven't played in quite a while. I don't blame them. It's only going to get worse because we have to go to Urchin. Who wants to go to Urchin?
I know quite a few people who want to go to Urchin. At least it's Urchin zones, right? It's not Urchin Rainmaker. It's not Urchin Clams. Golly forbid. So at least it's zones. Everybody just has to go to mid, you know, and fight it out there over that skinny mini zone with the hourglass figure, and do it from there. But I think we saw there's a brush on one of these teams. I think that was Tooch who had the brush, and I think that brush is particularly strong here because I will join you in that I don't care for Urchin. And one of the reasons why, because it's so big, there's so many flanks, I feel like there's always someone behind me. Everyone's everywhere all at once. So
no, literally, it's so bad. It's genuinely that bad. I don't like Urchin.
When you have like a brush, like I know they're just gonna be permanently behind you, and I'm on comms like, why is the brush behind me? Nobody saw this?
It's like, you have to lock in on a player to get them out, because if not, they're gonna like take 3 off. It's like the same thing with wipers, the same thing with like any sword really. Wipers and rollers is like,
Yeah, but at the same time, Monty on that blaster has been really putting in the work, just directing people point blank. I think V Blaster, the stocks are up currently. A lot of V Blaster play along with Dynamo play. So as much as I'm like, Worldwide, this is of course a best of 5. They have to put in 3 games to secure the win. But I would be as afraid of that blaster as I am of that brush.
Yeah, very much so. It's just there's potential for a lot of damage. And seeing those Splatlings return on the field, Demi finally going back to their roots here. Also, interestingly enough, we are seeing a junior from the side of Worldwide, which I think I'm a fan of personally. Those splat bombs, we've learned earlier that those things can be deadly.
Yes, and honestly, with a small zone like this, a bubble can take up just about half of it. So that can be super useful, but you see already off the top, despite the fact that Allegro gonna go down on that brush, the whales persist, and there is the bubble in question, forcing everybody out into that right corner, and I think Cherry Pie out of that ink, so just gonna jump out and restart. Oh, and living that strike.
What Also, notice how fast that zone flips, by the way. Genuinely, look how fast it was just poof, gone. Flip just like that. And oh my goodness, Allegro. Allegro with the beautiful 3. That is exactly what Tooch wants here. And Acing finding themselves in a funny little corner here, ready for that spawn camp situation. You're playing very, very close to the edge here, Acing, and you are scaring me.
Jump out, bestie, and they do so, getting out of dodge. Femi moving up despite the strikes. Gonna get their special, which a lot of the time is just an ink refill, taking that top right as well. And right now, it seems like Tooch is looking for this lockout, making it super hard for anyone on Worldwide to go forward. And you see Femi going for the double, not quite gonna get it, but I think it's all about the positioning. The fact that they're 3 down is exactly what Tooch wants.
And if you ask me, I think the game is over right here. Right now, Worldwide does not have enough time or energy or resources. I mean, look at that, to get anywhere near the zone. And with a dominant game here on the Urchin, Tooch even to score 1-1.
Listen, you would have thought this was a counter pick, the way that this went.
Right.
Because what strong gameplay. I feel like, how much did Worldwide even get their hands on that zone? I think there was a bit of a scuffle. I remember Tooch being moved back to the top right when that bubble was popped. And then once they got their picks, it's like they kind of stayed on Worldwide's neck and they didn't get off. But
No.
yeah, I think it
that was a murder. That's what that was. Public execution is what I call games like that. Nothing against Worldwide, because Worldwide, you good?
I'm crying. They're gonna have to be good because
Right.
we're moving on to Sturgeon Tower, and we're just continuing on with these stages and modes that you don't see all that often. In all fairness, a lot of these less common map modes, I'd argue, are ones that, I mean, I might queue in. Like, you know, when you're looking through, you're like, let me look at X, let me look at series, let me look at open. I feel like if I see this rotation, queue in. You know, I'm not gonna be
okay.
like,
It's okay.
chopped. Like, if I see Lemuria Rainmaker, I'm like, there's no good. I'm leaving. I'm turning off the game.
Or Flounder.
I'm putting something else. Like Flounder clams. Like, I'm turning off the game.
I'm turning the game off.
That.
Flounder clams is horrendous. Tower is like also pretty bad. Tower's horrendous on
but like these girlies don't have to play that. They have Sturgeon. And while Sturgeon is a little bit more rare, like I'm queuing in. You know, it's
right. It's okay. It's okay.
As a Clash player.
Yeah?
Like,
yeah?
This is a pretty good Clash map. So Monty on the Blaster, I think, is going to have a great time going through this. And we have Femi switching back over. Listen, remember who you are, Sinba. Get back on that Splatling bestie. But I'm just an edit player, so I will always advocate for a Splatling play. But of course, this is a huge map, so these teams are going to have to play careful because with that new issue with jumping in on stealth, it is going to be a long way to that tower.
It was a nerf long coming, if I'm being honest, but already some ways are being... Listen, it was going to happen one way or another. Stealth was so strong for so long, and it really still is. But unfortunately, 2 down on 2. Worldwide finding an opportunity to get this tower, get those points on the road. And ooh, I see a Crab ready to strike some action. And Magi maybe even a little bit early of a Crab. So not going to see as much use, I would have to argue. But it is enough to not really do much, unfortunately.
Yeah, just kind of taking up space on that right. And I think they're going to opt to stay here. And I think they perhaps get a pick? I don't know. But ultimately, it does not matter because Tooch has come back with a vengeance. They have that cooler, and they're ready for their push. So they're going to have a change of hands in terms of the lead. And I think Shuds taking this top mid, looking over everything, especially with those tri-strikes, they are in a fantastic position to just keep moving on.
Yeah, very much so. I look at that. Counter-Strike, like the game? Like the game? But no, yeah, definitely some good plays here happening, and Tooch finding themselves at that second checkpoint. That's first checkpoint. That's technically, are there 2 checkpoints? There's 2. There's only 2, is there? Sasha, help. I haven't played this game in a long time.
There will always be 3 checkpoints. At
No,
all
there's Soma
times.
too.
I think that's
There's
just,
Soma too.
how the map shows, I'm pretty sure. Like, it always shows like that.
Wait.
Listen.
No, wait. Hear me out. The first one is a big boy checkpoint. Look how big it is compared to the other one. I think it's 2.
Listen.
That's
you
a
know
big
what?
boy checkpoint.
Big boy checkpoints in my Girls
Yeah.
Duo Cup? Absolutely not. I'm gonna have to advocate against big boy anything during Girls Duo Cup. But meanwhile, while we have been yapping, believe it or not, there has been indeed gameplay. Not much because I think everyone is roughly at the same point, and we have a DC.
That's a
and I
disconnect,
think
by the way.
technically speaking, yeah. And I think
Are we done?
technically speaking, they should be able to restart. But I guess if they're gonna opt not to, they can just keep going because no one has gone below 50. And we, at that point, we're not halfway through. We're at 2 minutes and 30 something. But worldwide, they're saying we can dip them. And opting not to restart anyways. So I think Pooch is gonna take that, keep moving forward, get out of position due to the blaster, and keep playing it out.
Yeah, very much so. It looks like it's just screw it, we ball, and whether you have the player out or not, they're gonna see it to the end. So I have respect for that. I respect it. Or maybe it's just like, oh, this is what we gotta do. So you gotta just put it all out there, you know. Unfortunate situation there for worldwide, but do your best, fellas.
Yeah, I think, you know, I respect it. Could not be me. But I love that for you. These are girls of integrity, girlies rather, femmes of integrity. And Allegro gonna go down as well. This is going to be super hard. I think it might have been, at least it wasn't their cooler user that went down, but I think when you're in a 3v4, sometimes it can just be too tough. So that's just gonna be Tooch kind of getting that win. I don't want to say handed to them as though I'm discounting them, because clearly they are a very strong team, but when you're up against a short-handed team at that point, it's just kind of wraps a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see it happen. I don't know if I don't think they can replay it, but you know, unfortunate for Tooch. Unfortunate for worldwide, but hopefully it doesn't happen again, and it's like a Nintendo error and their internet's fine, but oof.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe gentlewoman's agreement.
Gentlewoman's agreement!
And you just replay that, or you're just you're worldwide and you're like, we're gonna lock in. We actually play better when our backs are up against the wall, and we sweep these last 2 games. And I think that's I was gonna say they're a bit more standard, but I think Clam's Robo Ramen, not a crazy map mode, but a little bit less common than its Zone's counterpart, of course. But I think certainly Scorch Gorge, Rainmaker, most competitive players already really know how to play this mode, so shouldn't be too
You'd
bad.
be surprised. I've seen some people. Okay, it depends. That depends.
Actually, I wouldn't be surprised because top players,
Right.
they fancy themselves zones only, so some people fumble the
Yeah.
ball when it comes to something so simple, with love and respect.
Yeah. No, yeah, zones only was just such a big thing, and it's like, fellas, we got more than one mode. Y'all tell me you don't like Rainmaker. Okay, Rainmaker can be kind of finicky. That's a big thing. Like, Rainmaker can be finicky, and it's not the favorite thing in the world, but I think it teaches you a lot, and it is, in my opinion, one of the most entertaining. Clams and Rainmaker are the most entertaining modes to watch, in my personal opinion. So I like to see them from a, you know, spectator point of view.
I'm inclined to agree, and I think to commentate for too, like a humpback Rainmaker, like watching them try to get through like that court while everything is coming down at them. It's really entertaining to watch as long as you're not just, you know, having to deal with a bunch of, you know, a bunch of stalling essentially. But hopefully these teams won't necessarily have that issue, and we're queuing in with what looks to be roughly the same weapons.
I want to say those, yeah, those are the same weapons, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the same. But I still like the picks. You know, don't fix it if it ain't broke. And if it's what's going to work here, it's what's going to work. Again, I'm always a big fan of a pen pick. Here on this map, a lot of ground that you can cover. And it's not a bad idea, but unfortunately, Tooch finds himself in a wipeout situation. Worldwide going straight for the checkpoint, not wasting any sort of time. And I love how Mondi is ready with these whales, so adding some extra pressure on top of that. I would argue even a little bit early, but even then, space is space. We do not complain in this household.
Absolutely not, but I think those whales are just making life hard for Monty, but with the fade away like a whoa. They do get that pick ultimately, and you see Shuds paying them back. That is 3 members down for Worldwide. They are just kind of down. That last member, I think, gonna jump out. If not, they might have gone down there, that Dynamo. And acing, you know the blaster gameplay. Just gonna stay under that ledge and see what they can get. And Femi ultimately gonna go down to those Pride Strikes. That's a lot of specials there.
There are so many specials on the field, and like they all kind of just spawn. It's like they don't have specials, they have it, and they're gone. And I don't know, it's such an interesting start to the match because honestly, we blinked, we have just about a minute and a half, and Worldwide was down to 39 points, just like that. And Tooch now has that uphill battle to fight. I think it's Tooch. I think they got it enough, in my personal opinion.
Yes, acing with that throw and gonna go down ultimately. This has just been lots of trades and people, you see them get this fantastic pick, and then a person gets a fantastic pick on them. There's just nowhere to stand, it seems. All these specials, Allegro especially, has been an absolute menace, just popping out of absolutely nowhere and getting those picks, despite the fact that Mondi completely saw them. Still pulls off this pick nonetheless, but it feels as though Tooch has just been struggling to get their hands on that Rainmaker and dunk it. They are finally making their way to that first check, but not gonna get it. They do go down, I think, to that gal, and acing finishing off the job with this dunk.
Not very much so. And ooh, a checkpoint is a checkpoint. We never complain about checkpoints because you know this is your key ticket into a win for the game. And ooh, unfortunately, Tooch did not get that opportunity the way they hoped, as they do go 3 down, ending that push exactly where it stands.
Yes, but the game rages on. Getting to 64, getting that check, not too shabby, but I think we're a little bit over halfway through the game. So I think Worldwide has the ability to take this farther, but I will say, Fufu, it is exceedingly rare that you see a knockout on Scorch Rainmaker. It's just way too hard. But acing gonna get that flow aura from that direct and pop it by themselves. Acing a little bit of a one-man team in this moment.
Acing does crazy work on that Luna Blaster, and you know, if acing on the field, they usually do a great job at it. Unfortunately, they will be going down as we're talking. Acing, gotta lock in when we're talking about you, but instead, Cherry Pie is here to cause some waves. Beautiful, beautiful use of space with that Dynamo. I love seeing the Dynamos that are now appearing. It's honestly one of my favorite things to see, weapons that we don't see back on the field.
Yes, I love several times. You're like, I love seeing that Dynamo, and I'm like, not me. I don't love seeing that Dynamo. It is a menace.
Remember,
it is giving everybody a hard time. What?
I mean, I'm a Charger. I can shoot them. I'm a Charger. I can shoot them. Of course I'm happy to see them. They'll get shot. Hello?
Nice. I have switched to G-Jet just to get rid of Dynamos because you're seeing so many of them. But in the meantime, I think acing, getting picks with those hammers, of course, Mondi taking that off angle and does a lot, gets a critical pick, but unfortunately maybe not good enough, because I was going to say, or rather, I'm getting my wires crossed. That was the perfect pick that they needed, because I think that Tooch would have taken that lead if they were allowed to go any further, but that off angle, that direct from Mondi. I think, as we said off the top, Mondi and Allegro are kind of like being the MVPs in this moment, because the win condition, to me, feels like make sure you get that member down, and then you might be able to make a run.
Right, take care of the trouble, because you never know when the trouble is going to sneak up on you, and that is just kind of the rule for certain weapon choices. And, you know, 50 seconds. Oh, Tooch is in a real toughie. That is a toughie. 2 down, including your pencil. Do you have limited jumps? Oh, if Worldwide pops this, that's going to spill game. That's going to call the game, and it'll even the score out. But I think that's the case as the game ends. Worldwide even to score 2-2.
Listen, we are seeing now why it was that they said, listen, we might have to give up this game because we had a DC. But we'll be fine. We'll just try and sweep the next 2 games. We got that.
No biggie, no problem. But I'm unfortunately going to have to miss this beautiful Game 5. It looks so exciting, Sasu. But I unfortunately do have to head out. Your girl got tummy troubles, and they are killing me. So as much as I would love to see how this ends, Matt will be taking my spot for this Game 5. If they're around.
Listen, as we know, all the girlies, you're either a tummy ache girly or a headache girly. So we here understand the trouble. No problem, Fufu. We're so happy we got to hear from you. And everybody, can I get some feel better Fufus in the chat while we have the lovely, the illustrious Matt gonna join me here on the cast.
Yeah. Beautiful. Have fun, you guys. I will see you when I do.
We will.
I'm totally Matt, by the way, but thank you for having me. Sasu, Matt, you guys know how to put the show on, so I'll be leaving it to you guys. Have just a lot of fun. Bye, guys.
No problemo. Bye, Fufu. So, we are at this critical juncture. This Game 5 between Tooch and Worldwide, and I think after stopping the momentum, I think that Worldwide is probably feeling good about this Clams Robo Ramen. But you tell me your thoughts, Matt.
You know, it's such an interesting time to jump in here. Down into a Game 5. We're on Clamlet's Robo. Definitely a map that it's a little bit harder to push in on, to say the least. Not one of the ones that I'd want to play, at least. So these teams are gonna really have to get these pushes online. They're gonna have to make sure that they're ready to push, because if not, it's very easy to get locked out here. So both teams, they have to be on guard at all times if they want to make this happen. And Dynamo, I see on the side of Worldwide, is gonna be really good at locking out space.
All right, Matt, honorary girl for the day. We are going to see how this is going to work out for both of these teams. Already, you have 96 Magi popping this crab, just taking that space in that elbow area. And I think acing going to go down as well. right now it seems like Worldwide is placed in a really good position. They have what seems like the entirety of mid, and Tooch just seems like they're trying to get their bearings. Studs is wanting to counter-strike this, I'm sure, and they do just that like clockwork, and everyone's everywhere all at once on Worldwide. You see Mondi taking that right section, gonna make a break for that basket, but they have a pen on them. They're trying to mechanically dip them, and despite the fact that they go down, ultimately they are going to open up that basket.
That was a crazy hammer throw. Started to score off just a minute into the game, not able to get any other follow-up plans. It was just them alone. But it does look like we do see the side of, I believe, Tooch. I'm pretty sure that's how we're pronouncing it. Yeah. They have control over mid here, but we do see that Dynamo putting in that work, making sure they do not get onto that plat here. And we do see a trade on the board between the Burst and the Dynamo. Mondi trying to keep whoever that they can out of that base there, but the Luna's going to come in and take them out. We see acing up on the offense. They have that hammer ready, and they're going to go right into that base. They get the Dynamo, and they get the Luna before being taken out there. And just down to that bucket, and they are able to open up that basket to get some clams onto the board.
Yeah, not just that, but acing, I think, going down. I'm not sure. No, I was wondering if they were going to do that jump in, and they do it. I was just wondering, when we saw Mondi get that power clam in with no follow-up, I was like, I wonder if that's really worth it, because you are giving a free power clam to the other team, and I think, unfortunately, they are paid back in dividends with the fact that acing was able to jump that in at the last second, so they're down to 42, past the proverbial 60 that you're going to want in order to offset the power clam we give the other team. And Femi, once again on this pen, gonna get a great pick and move up to get even more space, but not before being striked out to the mat.
I forgot how much range Pen has. It's really crazy to see, especially on Robo, how much area you can cover even from that base. Femi doing a really good job of pushing back Worldwide completely here. That Dynamo doing whatever that they can to keep the members of Tooch out here. We see Acing trying to find whatever picks that they can here, and we do see the bucket go down there, and the other two are stuck on the right with the hammer going out there, trying to find another pick.
Yes, and Acing does find that pick. Ultimately, they're trying to keep that open, gets the floor aura while that's happening, little by little picking up those clams, chucking them in down to a 36, and I think that finally Worldwide has gotten a little bit more control of the situation, and they're moving past their own elbow here. But look at this clam economy, Matt. I know that you say us as commentators, we've always got to bring up that sweet clam economy, but it's so true.
It's really hard to avoid it. It's really hard to avoid it. I mean, they just had 18, I believe, in total there. We see Acing trying to make sure nobody goes on that great. We see Fanny applying so much pressure onto the members of Worldwide, trying to throw them out. But the bucket doing a great work, getting some picks here. Allegro trying to just keep them out here. We do see two going down there, and it's just down to one other player. They are able to jump out with that super to save it, at least for now. They want to make sure they have enough plans as possible for this final push, as they do have a bit of a score to get through with just a minute remaining.
Yeah, and we would be remiss if we didn't mention, it's not just the fact that they're going to have to get to that basket and open it up, but they're going to have the clam economy and the fight power to keep that basket open, to make it past, at least for now, that 36, assuming that Tooch doesn't somehow, not Tooch, yes, that Tooch doesn't continue on with their reign of terror. Not to mention, this is the game 5. We are on match point for both of these teams. So a lot is riding on this. Allegro gonna go down. That is a key member, I would argue, for Tooch. So now with that clam economy, 14 into 16 clams, but one of them does go down. They're down to 50 already, and I think with 10 seconds left, that might close it. They might get another chance to score on that basket, but these are gonna be tight margins.
Yeah, I mean, down to this overtime, but we do see that Dynamo going down there, the bucket going down as well. They really have no way to get into this, and that bucket able to take out Magi with the tri-strikes coming out, just not letting anyone get that. They respond with their own. Cherry Pie tries to get it, but unfortunately isn't able to, and that's going to be game.
What a game it was. A monster push that we saw coming out of Tooch, and I think that maybe unfortunately for Worldwide, despite the fact that this was a hard-fought last game, if you were able to see, Matt, one of the wins from Tooch did happen because there was a DC on Worldwide, I believe, in that third game. So it feels like there would be another game that we would see with these teams all tied up, seeing as though they would be tied in terms of no interruptions, playing out the full game. But, you know, I think Worldwide had the replay and they didn't take it. They didn't end the game early, so that is just going to be that. But not to take anything away from Tooch, if you are able to see that Urchin Zones game, very dominant game, very strong team, well earned to move forward into the bracket.
And I mean, wow. Honestly, I mean, with the you said that they didn't take the replay?
Worldwide, it looked to me, according to the rules, that they could replay because neither of the teams were under 50 points. And they were also at like 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So they weren't halfway through the game either. So usually in most tourneys that would trigger a replay, but no one, from what I saw on Team Worldwide, used, you know, put in the inputs for that replay. So they just played it out, and shorthanded, they did lose the game.
Okay.
Very important.
That's a bit interesting. If I was in that position, you would definitely, I mean, for most people in that position, you would take the replay. So very interesting that they didn't, to say the least. But what an amazing set. I wasn't able to watch the earlier games, but seeing how game 4 ended and then going into game 5, just to see like how close those scorings was, and I could tell that Worldwide, they wanted to get as much score on the board, especially with that early power claim that they got at the beginning. They really just wanted to get as many points on the board as possible. And as you said, the members of Tooch were able to capitalize off of the fact that they gave them that power claim. And I mean, other than getting down to 60, it's really just giving that other team the power clam. So Worldwide, or Tooch was really able to capitalize off of that, to say the least. So they were really able to use the clan economy well to move on, and now they are in the grand finals up against Kita Fish.
Yes, we have seen both of these teams fight it out so far on stream. These are strong teams, of course. Kita Fish coming back to us. That is going to be Jasmine. We saw Enamel, Mia, and Serena. I suppose on Sendo their name is in Japanese. Serena, maybe. And Mia on that wiper doing really strong work. Enamel as well was back on that pen. Just two strong girlies. Two teams of strong girlies. Femmes. Eating it up. Like, this is going to be an exciting finals, I would argue.
I'm gonna leave all the jokes to you. I'm gonna leave all the jokes to you. I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything. I'm just here. I'm just here.
You are an honorary girl for the...
This is my first one. I'm nervous.
Listen, there is no need to be nervous amongst the girlies. I'm gonna need some support for honorary girly Matt in the chat.
So,
but yes.
Going into our first game, we do see Zones Barnacle, which I like to call Barnacle for some reason. Zones Barnacle, definitely another one of these maps that I like to say. Just to point out, because I said this before on Robo, a map that is very fast to lock on or lock off on. So really, it's gonna come up to whoever's gonna get this zone first, who's gonna get those first opening picks, who's gonna take advantage of that of the block, and who's really gonna lock out that team first. And we've seen how well Tooch is able to do that, especially Femi. I've had my eyes on Femi just because of how much pressure they've been putting on the other teams, especially in that Robo game, able to keep able to keep the members of Worldwide out of mid at all times, really not giving them a lot of space to move around. So Tooch is really going to capitalize off of the fact that Pen is going to be very strong here.
Yes, but at the same time, I will say, I believe, let me take a look at these rosters once more. Enamel is also a Pen player, so they won't be able to necessarily capitalize off of it alone. They will be staring down the barrel of a Pen themselves. And I think that we've talked about it. Barnacle and Dime, like, I'll say it, I'm surprised that it's legal. The lockout is just so nasty on a place like Barnacle and Dime zones that I feel like if your team wipes, sometimes it's just game, set, and match because the retake is so brutal.
Game.
You have so many fights that you have to do to get out of there, but honestly, you have Mia, a Splatana Wiper player there on Kita Fish, and I think obviously we've seen so much skirmishing out of Allegro on Pen, acing I think on that Luna Blaster. Shutters was on Slosher as well. They have a lot of really good retake specials. Hammer, I think sometimes you chuck a hammer, it's practically like a solo Zuka shot, and you can take out the Pen on the other team. I think they have a lot of resources to get out of a lockout, so hopefully we see a little bit more back and forth out of this first game.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, now the fact that we do have two Pens on the board, I think we're going to see a lot of the Pens just going back and forth on this one. But as you said before, I mean, wiping out on this map is incredibly dangerous. And as someone who's been put in that position many times, it is incredibly hard to break out of that out of that area, you have to make sure you have the left street taken care of. You have to make sure your block is taken care of, because if they're not, the enemy team's going to capitalize off of that, and they're just going to wipe you out. If they're coming from the alley, they're just going to swoop in and take you out. Or if you go on the block, they're still going to have control over mid no matter what. Especially if they back up, they want to keep their life. So really, it's super hard to push in on this map, especially after a lockout. So these teams have to be very careful with how they're moving around, because honestly, as someone who's been locked out on this map many times, it's hard to come back on. So these players have to play extremely careful going into this first game.
Yeah, and sometimes all it takes is a flanking brush to take out way too many of your players, you know? A brush takes that street you're talking about, flanks your pen, and suddenly your pen is down. People are turning around. They're like, wait, what's going on? The brush takes out yet another person. And then while your teammates are turning around to deal with that brush, the people who are front then mow you down. So given the fact that we have these weapons that are good, because also Mia on that wiper, this is a really good wiper map as well. So last thing you want is for you to be caught flat-footed. Too many of you are holding hands, and then you go down to a thrown hammer that you weren't anticipating because you were just sort of rotating. You know, kind of like scooching past your pen, like, wait, let me get on plat, let me just kind of scooch, but bam, 2 of you are dead, maybe 3. If you're caught in the wrong place. So we'll definitely be looking out for that, because I think that you have to, even if you don't wipe, if you have one person up, you want that person to back up and have and hold enough space that people can safely jump in. But sometimes even that one person is just not enough. If 3 of your people go down, you can be SOL on a place like Barnacle and Dime. So I would argue, as much as you don't want to wipe, try to have at least 2 people up so you still have a way back into mid, because other than that, you just burn so much time taking all those fights. And next thing you know, that's 50 points off of the opponent's score.
And I mean, Tooch, again, I feel like is going to be very dominant over this match. I mean, as you said, not only do they have Allegro, they have Acing, who's a Luna Blaster. 2 weapons that I hate fighting in general, that are going to take advantage of that street. They're going to take advantage of that plat. They want to take as much space as they can going into this game. And really, the members of Kita Fish are going to have to just move past it. They're going to have to do their best to take him out, make sure they have that zone control, and just worry about that score.
Yes, but both of those teams making it into mid, Acing and Allegro, early casualties, as well as Jasmine on that S-Blast. So it is going to be Kita Fish who takes that early lead in that early zone, but I think a little bit of an overextension is going to get punished there. As you see, they have several members down, and Tooch is back. So sometimes that opening, when you see a team get wiped or lose almost all of their players, doesn't necessarily give you the information you need to know who's going to get that first lead.
Right here, we see immediately these players are up into each other's bases. We see Tooch take that control. Again, we do see that pen fight happening. Femi staying strong, making sure the members of Kita Fish don't have a lot of area to move around. But those strikes are going to really just negate that completely, creating an opening with the brushes taken out. Mia's going to rush up, but the pen is able to take him out just in time there. And with the cooler going out, another player down on the side of Kita Fish, and Tooch is staying strong as they're going to be going down into the 30s now.
Oh, and now they are in a precarious situation. Kita Fish backed up all the way to their spawn. Breaking out of this is not going to be easy. They do have a Booyah Bomb coming out. Acing ultimately going down to a Torb, but they do a really good job in canceling out Mia's special there, that hammer, and I think there's just not enough time to go back in. So a victory lap there from Tooch, because they know with that lockout, they've gotten that first game, and that's going to be very important for momentum, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before, Tooch going to be super strong on here because of the fact that they're going to take so much advantages between the Pen and the Luna. Just going to go head-to-head into those fights And the fact that Femi is able to support them from the back and able to get these crucial picks and apply crucial space, even with those strikes that came out during the end from Kitafish, Femi was able to still maintain control as long as possible. And because of that, they were able to just run that score down. And with the members, we saw how well Allegro was playing. We saw how Acing was playing. They were able to really just take advantage from that space that Femi was giving them, and that really allowed them to take this first game. And now Kitafish is on the back end of it, going into Claim Blitz on Crableg.
Yes, last time we saw a crab-like game, a little bit slow, but I would venture that it is going to be a lot faster than last time. However, it is Clams. Clams,
Yeah.
crab-like, famously, you know what? As much as I was saying, oh, it's going to be faster, I was thinking, you know, these are very strong players. There's going to be a lot of trading back and forth. But Clams, crab-like, it is so hard to push and actually get to basket and break it open on this stage. It's kind of brutal. I think the clam economy, not great here. The spawning of the clams, it just feels very sparse, and it's harder than some other places to go back, to swim back and get those and swim back in. So it's really hard to sustain that push. Getting up that ramp is just so difficult. So I'm thinking that Tooch, of course, I think it's Tooch who has the slosher with tri-strikes. That is going to be super helpful for pushing. And I wouldn't be surprised if those hammers on either side also proves helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the one special that's really going to leave a huge hole into them is going to be Hammer. It's such a strong special, especially on this map. Definitely a little bit harder to lock out the enemy team on, but the comp that Tooch has here is definitely going to be well enough for Crableg, especially with those grates.
Yes, but noticeably we have a change from Kitafish. Jasmine has gone off of the S-Blast and instead onto that Rapid, so they are essentially running double backline in a way, but I can't fault them. Really strong having those whales as you see them coming out. They are online and getting a direct there as well. Shutters on that bottom left, no doubt gonna jump out, and I think that ultimately it's Clams. Everyone is just trying to get their picks, trying to get control over mid, and trying to get that clam economy back.
Okay, all right. The clan economy, to say the least. I mean, both of these teams are very head-to-head with it. Both around 8 to 7 clams each. We do see Shutters down here on this side, trying to just create some space there so they get access to that ramp there. They are able to get a push, but Mia's able to take them out there with that trade. And we do see Mia just dominating these grates. It's going to be really huge to have these teams take advantage of that. We do see some specials going out there. We do see the whale coming out there on both sides. We also see the hammer from Acing able to take out the pen and able to take out the Rapid in the process, completely negating any push happening. And Acing just keeping a very strong approach here. But we do see Mia throw in a claim to start that point, and Kitafish does have a pretty small lead on the board for them now.
Yes, but of course, we would be remiss not to mention that it only went down to 80 there, but wow, Femi, I see why you're like, listen, I've got my eyes on Femi, because that was a great pick, and I think they're now going to take that high ground there and see if they can chip out the other pencil. Not necessarily happening, but in the meantime, you see their brush has been able to get so many clams, and they're going to make a break for it at the basket, and they do so along with the lead they're going to snatch due to getting subsequent clams in. So they're only going to make it to 68. That's going to be the end of their push, but not too shabby, especially up against the 80 that they are. But now we see a counter push happening, and they are just waiting under there. Whoa, but there's a lot going on.
Acing just slid in perfect timing to take out that super clam holder. Kitafish would have definitely had a lead there if they were able to just capitalize off of that, but Acing sliding in at the perfect moment, able to take advantage of that of the blast radius, and they weren't able to get that push online, but they still have 2 minutes, and it's not a very strong lead. Kitafish does have a very good approach here. They have majority of those clams. We see Mia going up on that top right, trying to just at least make a distraction for that pen there. We do see the brush going down there, so this is Kitafish's chance to really start pushing up there. They have the clams that they need. They just need a special or two to really start that push.
Yes, you see that they're trying to send out those bombs. Ultimately, unfortunately, Shads goes down with those tri-strikes especially. So right now, Kitafish is well poised to make a push, but they don't have the clams to do so. So they're going to be forced out at least a little bit. That pick is secured, but once again, finally, a Hamel does have exactly what they need to push the team members down on Tooch. That is going to be their basket practically open, but they're playing a little bit conservatively. Enamel biding their time, goes down to that bomb, opens that up, and I think that they unfortunately do not have the jump in to take that lead. So that is going to be it for now as we come up on just 1 minute remaining in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier with how that, with the loot blaster did, but we also just saw with the bucket as well, completely stopping majority of that pusher. They were able to get the super climb in there, but they weren't able to get any others in. And with a very small 2-point lead here, we see Tooch make another approach, getting another couple clams into that basket, not able to get any of those picks, but that is gonna give Kitafish another power clam. So even though they were able to get a couple more points on board, Kitafish has another power claim to their disposal. And with these last 20 seconds, it's going to be a fight for Kitafish to make a push, and Tooch is going to have to stay hard on that defense.
That is a great point. They have all the more ammo in order to push, and they're really going to need it if they don't want to be boxed out here. A 2-0 is not what you want in this final. So we have a jump out, and they lose the lead with 1 second left. And I think that Hail Mary clam tossed in at the end is going to cut off that overtime for the other team. So that is going to be, let me see, they're essentially going to get their lick back. Kitafish with this 1-1 score that we have now.
Now, I believe it was Tooch that beat, was it Tooch that beat Kitafish in groups? Or that is a good point. That may have been I'd be surprised if they were even in the same group, given how strong all of their players are, but perhaps you're right. No, they weren't. I might... Oh, no, they were. They were in the same group.
Wow.
They were in the same group, or they fought each other. No, it's not groups. It's not groups. It's not groups. So it's just round. They were up against each other, and previously it was a 2-0 that Tooch had on Kitafish. A little bit later into the sets, to say the least, but now this is Kitafish's chance for a revenge here. We're tied up 1-1. We're going into our next map, Tower Control Inkblot. So really, it's anyone's game now. I mean, it did take Kitafish a second to formulate that push, but they were able to take it nonetheless and take that point that they really needed onto them. Because if they got put into an 0-2 scenario, it would have been extremely hard for them to come back from already, since Tooch took that first game. But now that they're tied up 1-1, it's been pretty back and forth for these two teams here. But going out for Tower Control on Inkblot again, I feel like this is going to be a map that Acing and Allegro are especially going to take good advantage of. But also, I did see Mia do create some very good plays for Kitafish, and I mean, they were able to stay on that right side for a majority of the match, able to apply so much space and make sure the members of Tooch weren't able to capitalize off of that. So it's really going to come down to which team is going to create more space for each other. They both have that pen, and we saw how well these pens have been going at it, trying to just move the other three players out of the way. So coming down to this, I think we do see the S-Blast coming back out from Kitafish. So that's going to be definitely a smart pick from them. That Booyah Bomb is going to really do them well for tower control.
Yes, that gives them 2 GG specials, and they might need it, seeing as though they're up against, like you pointed out, Allegro and Acing on that Luna Blaster, on that Brush. Inkbot in general, on practically every single mode, is actually a really strong weapon because they just have, with those ledges, they can do whatever they want on those ledges. They can run around, but listen, Mia is not to be trifled with either. That they are just hunting down that backline like it is their job. But what did I just say about the Brush? They can be wherever they want. They have a lot of space to move. They can ledge. They can do it all, and that's why Allegro is such a threat.
We do see that well coming up there. They are approaching that first checkpoint. The Tri-Strike's coming out there. We do see the bucket going down, though. 2 down on the side of Tooch, but they still want to keep up this push going. But Jasmine able to take off the one on tower, and Acing being forced to jump out here, just down to Allegro. Able to take out the pen, though. It's going to be huge. They're not going to have cooler for a little bit. And barely not able to take the pick off of Jasmine. And they have that Booyah Bomb ready, and they are ready for Kita Fish's counter push.
Yes, but Jasmine was already weak and gonna go down with 1 slosh to Shuds here. And I'm seeing a lot of yellow, which is interesting. I feel like I've seen several of their members go down, but Kita Fish just hasn't been able to really get a push. Those strikes are going to come out. Mia getting that critical pick on bottom right, and yet still they don't have the tower. They go down in triple. 3 of their members are down, so you have to hope that Kita Fish takes the tower now, and they do. They're making their way into bats. That is going to be a camped jump there, but ultimately, despite the fact that 2 members have gone down for Tooch, I think Kita Fish, they have a good push in them, as you can see, since they've taken the lead.
Able to take out that barge there. The Luna Blaster trying to rush that tower, trying to get any picks that they can here. The buckets are all pushed up here. We see the brush coming in here again, trying to get the picks. Jasmine and Mia take them out just in time here, but the tower is moving back towards mid, and they no longer have it. They need to actually grab it, but the tower back into mid, granting Tucha a little bit more space to try to set up there and get their players on the road, because they just keep staggering here. But with 2 minutes 20 on the clock, halfway through this match, Kita Fish has another push lined up, and they have that cooler now.
Yes, but it is really easy to stagger when you have a bunch of what I call rats in your basement. Really, it should be rats in your attic, because they are all in bats on that high ground, just harassing the members of Tooch, and you see they are finally starting to score again. Enamel gonna get out of there. 1 point going to be taken to their name, but ultimately they figure it's not worth it. But I think at least they were right back, but they are being punished for being so. Jasmine gonna go down as well. So Tooch, in the meantime, you see that they've already moved up. They're trying to see what they can make happen. Acing in the critical blaster spot, trying to get some ledging done on that right. But so far, tower back into mid. Kita Fish going to be on the defense. 2 of the members down on Tooch, so they've done a solid job so far. And there's just 1 minute 20 left, so they don't have a lot of time to make this happen. They're down to a 69. Nice, but not nice enough.
Oh, whoa, okay. Mia with the hammer, doing some great movement there to get that brush out of the way. And now Tooch unable to really continue that push there. Down to just a minute. Down to a 2v2, actually. We do see Mia, as you said before, completely rushing the backline here. But no, Vivi takes them out. It is now on that tower, and with 2 down on the side of Kita Fish, Tooch is pushing back to 3 down, just down to that bucket, and the bucket gets taken out. And this is their shot to push back in.
Yes, Mia gonna go down there. I think that it's all hands on deck. 3 of the members, it's just Acing who's up with that hammer. Good, I actually thought would jump out there, but really boldly getting essentially traded out at the end. Kitan has activated that flow aura and has their special online, so that's going to extend it as well. And I think that's 3 members down for Tooch. There's only 10 seconds left. 1 of their members up, so that might just be it. Never say never. Enamel chipping out that center, trying to, and they're all on tower. That makes them essentially food for Mia. If you know anything about Mia, Mia's all about the Splatana wiper. So as soon as I saw them all up there, I was like, I'm afraid that's gonna be GG's. Mia's got you beat there on that tower.
It's like the neuron activated meme. Mia sees it, takes advantage of it instantly. But I mean, up until the end, yeah, no, Tooch just really died for that tower and completely able to just wipe them out from both sides, pincering them. But I want to say earlier, I mean, Mia was really up in their faces, especially early on. Immediately, they rushed Femi. They rushed the pen. They did get taken out, but they were able to distract Femi for a little bit, allowing their team to at least have a little bit more space to move around with. But really, Mia was just on them the entire game. And definitely a little bit different from what we saw in game 1, where we saw both Allegro and Acing really fast players take advantage of it, but Mia now responding with their own aggression as well. And now all of a sudden it is flipped, and now Tooch is on the back end, and they're only one game away from being taken out here, and it's going to come down to this Rainmaker humpback. But if Tooch can tie it up here, we're going to be seeing a very exciting game 5 once again.
Now I'm excited to see the hammer play here. Of course, you have it out of the brush in Allegro, I believe, and out of Mia on that Splatana wiper as well. And I think that's going to be critical for getting really fast pops on that Rainmaker, rushing that elbow and clearing anybody who's trying to push from that first check. And sometimes, you know, you can have a little chuck at that backline for good measure as well. So, especially with how we saw, that is confidence. Mia just jumping Femi whenever she got the chance. Really great gameplay, but we are at match point on one of my favorite map modes to commentate for. And we'll see how this works out, who gets popped first, and who's able to take it all the way, Matt.
We've commentated Humpback Rainmaker before, and we've seen how intense it is. So going down here, this definitely is a little bringing back memory lane here. Immediately, we see the members of Tooch try to just capitalize off of whatever they can, but 2 down on the side of Tooch, and Kitafish has that advantage. They have a little bit more space to move around, and they have turf control, and they have what they need. The bucket's going to be incredibly strong here. Tri-Strike's almost ready. We do see that hammer coming out there, able to get the pick off of the bucket here, but we see the members of Tooch trying to rush that Rainmaker, but it's not going to work here, and they do have that chance to run it to the checkpoint. That's exactly what they're going to do here, and Kitafish really just has control over Tooch's base.
Yes, you see Kitafish there setting themselves up essentially for that push, since we got a free check, and Jasmine getting a double there, going to essentially bring out the red carpet for Enamel. I thought that just might be a full push there, but there is a brush online. You cannot forget that, and they very promptly drop it, and Ace going to solo dunk this, get the check for their team. And in any given Rainmaker game, it is always the first check that's going to be the hardest, but Rising is a one-person team here, just going at it. Where is Acing's team?
There they are. They're catching up. I mean, Acing immediately running that Rainmaker. They're just pushing them under. Acing, though, gets taken out there. The Pen trying to keep them out there. Mia, we see Mia coming up from behind. They're going to try to get that flank here, but the Lakers trying to stop them.
Oh my gosh, they do get that flank off. Mia gonna toss that, and I think their buddy there is ultimately going to get that, I think in their slosher, so to speak. But once again, Enamel has it in their hands. They are going to continue the push despite the fact that they are all the way down to 13. I think stalling it a bit in that right corner. Allegro gonna go down, which is terrible because I'd argue that was their best chance at getting them down, but I think a little bit off screen. They do ultimately stop that Rainmaker, but it is kind of in the hands of Kitafish. So they're going to make another run despite all of the specials that they are going up against. And I think several of those members get trampled there by Mia. Or Acing, rather.
We do see Acing with that hammer, able to take out another 2, completely denying that Rainmaker of the pusher. We see Jasmine again on that offense, trying to just pick off the members of Tooch, trying to get whatever space that they can here with the bucket, with the Luna Blaster actually taking initiative, able to get that Rainmaker out of the way there, and that bucket goes down there. Femi trying to get out there, but no, and we do see Alego going down as well, and Tooch really just, they're staggering on this Rainmaker here, and Kitafish able to take a lot of advantages and just really try to push that Rainmaker as much and as far as they can to run down that clock.
Oh my gosh, Mia
and
just
Mia chasing down Femi
evil
again.
spot.
Oh!
Yeah, gets that pick there on the brush, which is kind of like, I'd say, mirror match. The two skirmishy people who are just popping out of nowhere, making life hard for everyone, but Allegro is back like nothing happened. 3 members down on Kitafish, so this is actually Tooch's time to push, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Shuds is moving up with those strikes, which is going to be super helpful for finally getting those points on the board. Perhaps down just as low as Kitafish, but we'll see. Those are the specials acing, gonna get traded out, 2 down on either side, and those are the strikes. Mia trying to see what they can do from behind. Gonna get caught by Shuds, who's going to shoo them away. They're waiting for the rest of their teammates to go back in, but it's just too much. A lot happening, and it's just the Slosher alive.
I mean, Mia just applying at least a distraction from behind, giving their teammates a little bit more of a chance to push in here. Down to just a minute remaining, we see Acing getting another double on the board there. They want to give their team these openings that they desperately need. Just trying their best to get rid of that Rainmaker, but we see Hanamo being an excellent Rainmaker main here, just leaving down to Acing. And the members of Kitafish have just been so strong, able to just get these picks that they need here. Jasmine being taking a very aggressive approach with that S-Blast, and it's working out fantastically. Tri-Strike's going in there, applying even more space out of these last 20 seconds, and honestly, they just need to hold the Rainmaker where it is right now, and that will be game.
Yes, here is where the complaints of stalling come in, because I think it's the stalling that you can't do essentially to hand yourself the game. Femi gonna pop that, I think get a little bit more paint out. They were hoping, I think, to get the cooler beforehand, but there's just no time, and they just get absolutely pelted with everything, including that slosher and a booyah. So that is just going to be it. A 3-1 win in finals.
And that is definitely Kitafish's get back there from that 0-2 in the Swiss stage, to say the least. But incredible matches here. I mean, I want to point out here, especially at the beginning of the set, we saw Tooch, we saw how quick they were to take control of zones. And really, after seeing that, I was like, whoa, okay, these guys are going to just steamroll. They might just steamroll this entire set here with how fast they were able to push in there and how fast they were able to take control and get that KO. But the members of Kitafish were able to respond beautifully. Especially, I want to put out again, Mia completely has I don't know if they have a hatred for Femi or something, but completely making sure the pen was not in their way, because I'm pretty sure of this. They saw how much of a threat this pen was, because Femi was just staying super strong on that pen, able to give the members of Tooch so much space to move in there. And Mia saw that, and Mia's like, I don't like that. So Mia just took complete advantage of that, able to just rush down the pen as many times as they could to make sure their team had enough space to move in, and they really took advantage of that. And Kitafish was just able to respond so beautifully to how overwhelming Tooch's pushes were and how much aggression they really had.
Listen, the girls were fighting! The girls were fighting! No cat fight, girl. Like, you make sure you make up, shake hands, gentlewomanly actions,
yeah.
yes.
Yes.
That was really great gameplay. Like, if you know anything about Mia, like, the whole branding is Wiper. So seeing that Wiper gameplay, definitely fantastic, but not too much on Tooch. Like, there's a reason you were like, I think Tooch might just like weep it, because what a strong team as well. But ultimately, super glad I got to commentate and watch these games with you, Matt, and Fufu before you.
Yeah,
this was
and
a great Girls Duo Cup. And congratulations to both of these teams. I think
Yeah.
while in the background, there was also a third place game going that is going to go to Collect My Pronouns. I think that's version 4. Worldwide, our first seed does go down, and I think instead gets 4th place. So that is going to be it for the bracket and it for the tourney.
The tournament,
So
yeah.
before
been
we log off, yeah.
This has been a very exciting first time in Girls Duo Cup. I think this is the first time I've ever commentated this tournament. I mean, what a great first impression, guys. I mean, it's just two amazing, even though I was only able to, even though it was just one game in semis that I commentated, just seeing how close these teams were, I knew it was just going back to back, and especially in this final set, it might have not have been a 3-2, it might not have been a game 5, but those games were super intense. And I mean, just an incredible performance from all these players. But with that being said, yes, that is the end of the tournament. So, Sasu, where can they find you?
Listen, welcome to the Girls Club, Matt. I hope you enjoyed your
Thank
time
you.
as an honorary.
I did.
Honorary fam.
I did.
Now, you can find me at Sasu in your pants. That's SASUIN, the letters UR pants. Also, for Fufu, who is not here, you can, of course, find Fufu at splatfufu.sunsetsurge.inc as well. They had tummy troubles, so they had to go a little bit early. And you can also find me, and I think probably also Matt, next weekend at the Big Dapple as well. So if they're not going to Big Dapple, we're both gonna be there.
We're both be there.
If people want to find you online, Matthew Mega, where should they go?
So you can find me anywhere at Matthew Mega, basically on all social media. If you are going to be tuning into Big Dapple next week, I'm actually not going to be on mic. I'm actually going to be playing. So stay tuned for that. But I do know that Sasu is back on the mic there, so definitely check that out, because Big Dapple, this is going to be a really good Big Dapple. I can already feel it. This one in Big Dapple 10, that's in April for the LAN Championship. It's going to be really good there. But yeah, with that being said, that is going to be the end of stream.
Yes,
shout out Sam
before we
in the
sign
background.
Off, shout out Sam, doing a lot of the work in the background, making sure that everything's up and running. I'm too dumb to stream, so somebody's got to do it. Thank you, Sam. And yeah.
That's gonna be it for this Girls Duo Cup. So GG's to everybody. Congratulations for Kita Fish for taking the win, and that is gonna be it. Bye bye.